spray on her keychain, and I was messing with the keychain, and I twisted and it went a little spicy.
I like how almost all these stories are you like trying to like playfully flirt with a woman. Is like how you're like, and then I don't know, that's why my testicles got cut off. I don't know why it happened. It did. Just a little bit of my testicle. Just a little bit of my testicle got cut off. Over in Wisconsin, a man brought something into the restaurant that was so dangerous it could have leveled the entire building. God damn. Matthew Arnst brought his bike into a local Applebee's and began yelling slurs and cursing at children out of nowhere. When a cook told him to leave, Matthew heaved his bike over the counter and struck the chef in the stomach before running out of the building. The manager locked all the doors and called the police to alert them of what just happened. Matthew didn't make it far and was spotted drunk carrying his bicycle when police spotted him and found a quarter stick of dynamite inside of his backpack. What the fuck? After his arrest, police reported that he began threatening police. Investigators also discovered he was responsible for throwing a rock at a grocery store window weeks prior. Motherfucker, he was just begging to get caught. Today, Applebee's is still going strong, though a sizable amount of them have closed down in recent years. It's likely never going to be held in high regard again. I mean, I don't think it really ever was, but it remains a staple for people who want cheap, mediocre food at a spot they find comfortable and familiar, which I will say, it's just the fucking worst out of all of them. Even Chili's is like, there's so many other sit-down restaurants where you're like, this is garbage food, but it's convenient, it has like a big open space. I mean, I don't know, it's like close to me, right? I don't know. I mean, last time we ranked it, I mean, it was the worst. I think we got to go back and see how it is again. How was it? I don't know.
It's forgettable. I don't think the needle has moved at all on it.
The appetizers were good. And my burger...
It was good. Also, it helps whenever we didn't do 9 in a row, or it wasn't our third one. So, you know, all in all, like, I would not willingly be like, oh, Applebee's, let's stop. That, I mean, it wouldn't happen. But to be fair, I wouldn't do that with any of them, really, if I'm being completely honest.
We almost risked our lives to eat Applebee's today.
We almost died. I'm legitimately still shaken up about that, so I don't really care. I'm just happy to be alive right now. If anything, that's probably what made the quesadillas taste better, too.
I was going to say, yeah. I will
being
say
alive.
The shake came out the same way it came in.
Oh, a little Olivia and an unflinching courage. Okay, and a 3/3 golem. Didn't make my money back, but at the same time, I got good cards.
Did you have fun opening them?
I had a blast opening them.
That's all Dad Maya does. We got a full belly of Applebee's and... a full belly of Applebee's.
Today, I'm cooking a meal. I'm cutting the onion now? Is that what's going on? To answer a question, can we ever believe nutrition advice? Every nutrition influencer is telling you you're being lied to. And mostly, they're right. Millions of dollars are spent to influence your opinions about food. And as a result, nutrition advice seems confusing.
Don't eat eggs because they're high in cholesterol, but you should eat them because they're high in protein.
Constantly changing.
We've got some urgent new information that you have to hear about.
Whole milk versus skim milk. Seed oils versus beef tallow. Cane sugar versus corn syrup. Each of these questions are saturated with corporate propaganda. I've covered Big Food's manipulation before, but I was hearing advice that confused even me about healthy fats and whole foods. So I tracked down the scientists being paid off by industry and the lobbyists who shape how we think about food and cooked a meal with a nutritionist.
Got all of it.
All to answer a simple question. If we strain out all the corporate influence, what's left of nutrition advice? Here's what got me interested in this question: the debate over saturated fat. For years, the US's own dietary guidelines told us to keep a low-fat diet. But now, I was hearing about studies that found low-fat diets were pointless.
Those on the low-fat group had higher rates of heart attacks.
That's FDA Commissioner Marty Makary. His allies say the advice to eat less fat was driven by the sugar and ultra-processed food industry. They wanted someone else to blame for our poor health.
They suppressed the data for 16 years.
Until now. The new dietary guidelines released at the start of this year were telling Americans,
eat real food.
That means more protein, more dairy, more healthy fats.
At the same time, I was hearing those new guidelines were driven by other corporate interests. How do you discern the truth when two massive industries are spending millions of dollars to get you on their side?
We're out of milk.
So I got cooking with a little help.
My name is Caitlin Dow. I'm a nutrition scientist.
Are there any health benefits of onions we should know about?
Don't overthink it, just
just, eat vegetables.
Right.
I think the reason that I'm trustworthy in this space is because I don't have any conflicts of interest.
Here was my mission for Caitlin. Design a meal that would appeal to my dumpster palate, that also satisfied her professional obligations as a nutritionist.
All right, so now we're gonna make a yogurt sauce.
Yogurt, I'm very confused if it's good or bad for me.
It's really hard to understand how healthy or unhealthy dairy is because almost all of the research is funded by the dairy industry.
Turns out this is a bit of a pattern in nutrition research. Do you have a favorite industry-funded study?
Almonds versus muffins. Like, what a ridiculous comparison. And guess what? Almonds are better than muffins.
These studies aren't just silly, they influence how we hear food being talked about.
I hate to rag on avocado, but they have a powerful board and they fund an incredible amount of research. We have this idea that avocados are the end all be all, and they're a healthy food, but they've been given outsized treatment.
A few years ago, I spoke to nutritionist Marion Nessel about this problem.
Every food trade association, every vegetable, every fruit, every nut, every grain has research to demonstrate its relationship to health.
That research ends up in meta-studies that look at all the available research on the topic, muddling the science even further. Confused about eggs and cholesterol? That's the egg industry. Cane sugar versus high fructose corn syrup? Sugar beet groups funded studies scapegoating high fructose corn syrup for diabetes, and the Corn Refiners Association funded research saying, nuh-uh.
And people who do take money from food companies tend to say the money doesn't influence. But unfortunately, research shows otherwise.
In some cases, they're over 7 times more likely to find favorable results. And one review found only 6.6% of industry studies have unfavorable results. To be fair, some studies contradict that research. Here's one. The author received grants, honorary donations, royalties, and consulting fees from numerous publishers, food, beverage, pharmaceutical companies, and other commercial entities. Oh. And Big Food has blanketed the nutrition space with so much money, it's created a bunch of fun secondary problems. When the government convenes experts to set our dietary guidelines, it's incredibly difficult to find people who haven't taken industry money. You may not consult those guidelines when you cook up a meal, but they profoundly shape the food you eat.
1 in 4 Americans eat meals that are based on the dietary guidelines. The school lunch program, military, food, and most hospital guidelines are based on that.
Past dietary guidelines advisory members have had conflicts of interest with trade groups for walnuts, snack foods, corn syrup, sugar, pharma, dairy, meat, eggs, and many, many more.
I was on the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee in 1995. I would never be allowed on it again because I'm considered way too biased because I criticize the food industry. People who do not criticize the food industry are considered unbiased, which I find hilarious.
That's really good. The industry-funded studies, the conflicts of interest, that's all kind of an amuse-bouche for where the industry's real influence lies. An army of lobbyists who control the very language the government uses when dishing out nutrition advice.
The food industry doesn't want any suggestion in dietary guidelines of eating less of their products. It's really simple.
Industry has relentlessly fought to expunge words and phrases like reduce and eat less from any guidelines. In 1977, the National Cattlemen's Association successfully fought suggested language to decrease consumption of meat and increase consumption of poultry and fish. And for over a decade, the government listened to those lobbyists, never using synonyms of decrease and instead using words like choose. Since 2005, the final guidelines are not written by the advisory experts, but 2 federal agencies with political appointees who can be lobbied endlessly. RFK Jr. told America he'd bring integrity back to nutrition science.
We're going to remove conflicts of interest from the USDA Dietary Panel and Commission.
But instead, he just picked sides. The report from the Dietary Guidelines Committee convened prior to RFK's tenure had recommended emphasizing beans, legumes, and lentils as sources of lean protein. Then, the Cattlemen's Association complained about the anti-red meat language. RFK threw out that original report to convene his own experts.
We now have a food pyramid which we flipped upside down because it made more sense. That puts protein at the top of the food pyramid.
In the end, the scientific basis for the current dietary guidelines was provided by 9 individuals, and 7 of them had conflicts of interest with either the meat or the dairy industry or with the dietary supplement industry. Basically what they did was they fished around for people who they knew would have particular points of view, and then they gave them a platform to make the very points that RFK would have had them made.
These experts disclosed financial relationships with General Mills, Novo Nordisk, Dannon, and our friends at the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. One member is straight up on the advisory board for the National Pork Board, another, the company that makes Atkins and Quest bars. They also used decades of research funded by, well, the beef industry. Here's an NCBA executive snitching on themselves.
They took into consideration the decades of research done on beef nutrition. That's Chekhov-funded research.
Hear that?
That's Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov programs are basically a series of marketing organizations. It's how we got milk and beef. What's for dinner? Defenders of the guidelines will say they still, technically, tell you to limit saturated fat, but it's a sleight of hand.
Is this a good portion of protein? Should I be eating like this if I want to be as cool and ripped as RFK?
That's about, I would guess, 4 to 5 times as much steak I should be eating in one sitting.
Even if I lift weights.
Even if you lift weights.
Even if you look like RFK.
Even if you look like RFK. Even if you're as buff as RFK.
Even still, there is some truth to what RFK and Martin McCary are saying. The sugar industry was involved in blending fat for our poor heart health, and there are legitimate studies showing reducing fat does not help.
If you eat less saturated fat, you're going to eat more of something else. That's just how our diets work. What most people do is that if they eat less saturated fat, they eat more refined carbs. And that's pretty much a wash for heart health.
Can you get me 2 tortillas?
Sure.
We did opt for a tortilla. We compromised on whole grain, but I digress. The evidence that saturated fat is driving chronic disease has been piling on for 50 years. And we do have studies that pass Caitlin's high bar.
They kept people in a hospital for a month at a time and fed them one diet that was maybe really high in butter or really high in beef tallow or really high in olive oil. And it's very clear. There's no mystery there. Butter, your LDL goes through the roof. Beef tallow is slightly under butter, and then olive oil, it drops.
And you're telling me that we know these things is not because of the meddling of big soda, big sugar, big refined carbohydrate?
Yeah, that's correct. We know these based off of NIH-funded, well-conducted studies.
So with that, what can I eat if I want to cut down on my risk of things like heart disease? I hope to God I'm not going to make an idiot of myself, but we're just folding it. And if I do it wrong, this isn't my job and it's not my fault. Believe it or not, despite all the industry shenanigans and all the media-fueled fad diets, nutrition advice hasn't changed that much since 1980.
So this is the first dietary guideline, a simple little pamphlet.
I think a lot of the reason that nutrition advice sounds really confusing is because the media needs clicks.
And the fact that certain people have louder voices than others, including the meat and dairy industry, creates an impression that people are flip-flopping, when actually the changes from year to year are very small.
This is so not interesting to say, but you fill your plate with mostly fruits and vegetables, whole grains, lean protein.
And that's what we did in a format that felt familiar and tasty to me.
So, what are we making?
The legally permissible versions of the hexagon sandwich. Let's cut that baby open. Is this your first Crunchwrap?
This might be my first Crunchwrap.
A whole wheat tortilla filled with beans for protein, a cilantro 2% Greek yogurt sauce, and plants, pico de gallo, avocado, all with a heaping pile of salad with corn, tomato, and more avocado. I'm not saying it's some hyper-nutritionally optimized meal, but it's something I'd feel satisfied eating. It cuts down on ultra-processed ingredients, and it follows the science of the last 50 years. Eat less added sugars, less saturated fat, less salt, and fill up your plate with lots of plants. The new dietary guidelines told Americans to prioritize protein at every meal. The overwhelming majority of Americans, Caitlin tells me, get more than enough. Advertising like this would have you believe otherwise. Americans don't, however, eat nearly enough fiber, abundant in fruit, vegetables, and whole grains. I should say it's hard for lots of people to eat like this because of money, time, or even access. This story is about nutritional science, but if we really wanted to combat heart disease in America, we'd be talking about the food system more broadly, about subsidies, school lunches, access, even industry consolidation.
Cheers to your first hexagon.
If you work in the food industry and would like to send us a tip, email us at stories@perfectunion.us. Again, that's stories@perfectunion.us. Thanks for watching.
Way I kind of like knew anything about him because when I moved to the US. For almost 3 decades, Russell Brand has used his puzzling success in both the UK and the US to allegedly attack countless women. And not only was this an alleged open secret in the industry, but many have claimed that Brand was enabled by those around him. Brand has had a very wide and lucrative career, starting in the UK in the early 2000s as both a TV and radio host. He moved to the US to star in several big Hollywood productions, and he's also had success as an author, married a pop star, and tried to speak about politics and wellness. He's currently moved on to social media and has millions of followers on both YouTube and Rumble, and is making a fortune releasing content daily. Some may think that Brand's career changes are just him moving on to other things, but in reality, his career moves have been governed by his horrendous behavior behind the scenes. And in 2023, this behavior finally caught up to him. Not only did the general public become aware of his behavior behind the scenes, but he's also been charged with many unspeakable crimes. So that's what we'll be discussing today. Russell Brand's behavior both behind the scenes and out in the open. We'll also be discussing the many allegations that Brand is about to face in court later this year, along with the countless incidents over his career that seem to show who Russell Brand truly is. So sit back, relax, grab a drink and a snack, and let's dive in to the dark and manipulative world of an alleged Hollywood monster, Russell Brand. Russell Brand's career first took off in the UK comedy and hosting scene in the early and mid-2000s, and he was given unbelievable opportunities throughout his entire career that he consistently ruined with his horrendous behavior every single time. And this pattern you will see continue throughout his entire career, be it in the UK, in the US, in movies, in hosting, in comedy, whatever it is. He is given chance after chance and just repeats the same horrendous things time and time again. He's someone who, despite being a terrible human being, difficult and, in my opinion, untalented, he still managed to go on to enormous success in both the UK and the US. His behavior is the thing that ultimately does get him fired from jobs and make him unbookable, but that only happens after there's probably a dozen times that he should have been fired before that, and after he's wreaked untold damage to countless people that have been around him, be it in a work environment that they're actually people working with him or around him, or they're even people that are just in the audience of his work. Because for many, many years in both the UK and the US, Russell Brand has been apparently allowed to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. And the thing that makes this just even worse is that this was known what he was doing, and he was enabled for almost 3 decades to do these horrendous things. And he wasn't just having people turn a blind eye to it. He was rewarded time and time again. Brand has been fired from practically every job he's ever had, unless he was the person producing it, which is what he's done in more recent years, because he was just consistently fired for his behavior. Another infuriating thing about Brand's career is that when he has actually been fired or there has been consequences to his actions, it's because of behavior in front of the camera and behavior that has made whatever company or network or channel look bad. It isn't because of what he was doing behind the scenes to women. He, in his earlier days of his career, got a really big break in the year 2000 when he was given a hosting show on MTV, and this was kind of the 2000 version of Man with a Microphone, as he would go to nightclubs and interview people in and around the nightclubs. Brand started this role in 2000 and was fired in 2001, and if you listen to him talk about why he was fired, he talks about how he was struggling with his addiction, and he ended up introducing the Australian pop star Kylie Minogue, who is enormous in the UK and Australia. I know she's known in the US, but she's really big in the UK and Australia and elsewhere. And he says that he brought his drug dealer into MTV, introduced Kylie Minogue, and then doesn't really say much more, and all of a sudden he's fired. While that did seemingly happen, and Kylie Minogue and her sister Danny Minogue really do not like Russell Brand and have said so many times, and you will see this throughout the video, that there have been not only women in the media speak out, one, even on a TV show, went after Russell Brand and told him to his face what exactly she thought of him and all of the things she knew about him. But most of the time, this is either cut out of shows, ignored, played off by others like it's a joke. But the thing with Kylie Minogue is that, yes, this introduction happened, but he doesn't really talk about one of the key details, that when he made this introduction, it was the 12th of September 2001, and he had come to work dressed as Bin Laden the day after the horrendous attacks on the US. And you'll also see this throughout his career, that he seems to do these awful things for no other reason than getting attention and causing some sort of pain, annoyance, aggravation to others. At this time in 2001, Brand was in his late 20s and he was addicted to various substances and alcohol. And prior to hosting this job at MTV, he had been trying to make it as an actor, and he'd gone to and been kicked out of a boarding school and 2 different drama schools, and he'd done a few odd roles in the 90s for shows that were like long running in the UK, like The Bill, but he hadn't really done anything outside of like a few little 1-episode speaking roles. He first had become interested in acting after he ended up performing in the school play, which was Bugsy Malone, and he played the part of Fat Sam, which was actually the first role I ever got in a school play, because I was always given the boys' parts for some reason. So that's a weird coincidence. But he has always said that he didn't actually like acting or want to act. It was because when he was in this play, he got a lot of attention, and after the play finished, he said that he was inconsolable for weeks and would break down because he wanted to get that attention again, and he from then on just pursued, I want to get that attention, fame, whatever it may be, as much of it as possible, as quickly as possible, and whatever way I can, I'm gonna get it. One way Brand quickly learned he could get attention was through women, be it his relationships and activities with them, and or saying outrageous things about them or to them. For example, when he lost his virginity at the age of 15, the young girl he slept with asked him not to say anything. And not only did Brand tell everyone he knew, he literally says that, he later set up a tape recorder so that he could ask her leading questions so he could get her on tape admitting that they did, and then he proceeded to use that against her, which he tells this story in his book. And well, he has several books, and a lot of his early life is in his first book, which is called My Bookie Wookie, which is just the most cringe thing. And he has My Bookie Wook 2, awful. And from the title to the substance of the book, it is the worst celebrity book I've ever read, worst book I've ever read. And I've talked about before, I have a hyperfixation on celebrity memoirs and autobiographies and things, so I've read a lot of them, and I love you guys, and I'm gonna tell you, you guys know how much I love you now, because getting through the research for this video has been one of the most difficult research I've ever done, because it just is so abhorrent, a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about. All of his books are horrendous. The first one has especially just a lot of stories that are, I cannot believe someone would do those things, but then write them down and publish them in a book. And what's even more insane is that the first two books, especially the first one, has amazing reviews, was not only a bestseller but the Christmas #1. And even his book that came out the other day, like 3 days ago, I'm filming this on the 27th of April, the new book is called How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. In that book, he literally says, I can't talk about the legal case, which we're of course going to get into, because in the UK there's something called contempt of court. I mean, obviously they have that sort of thing in the US, but it means a different thing in the UK, and it means that you can't talk like on news channels or really anything in the media about a case when it's ongoing, because it's supposed to be like, oh, you're not going to sway opinion and potential jurors and things like that, because obviously the UK is a lot smaller than the US. And it's why when Russell Brand went on Piers Morgan the other day, and Megyn Kelly a few days ago too, that they didn't really like go into a lot of the allegations. And what's even crazier is I'd actually started working on this video before the Piers Morgan thing came out. I'd been working on the video only a few days when I saw Piers Morgan post that I'm gonna post this interview with Russell Brand, and I sent it to my friend who helps me edit, and I was like, the powers are out of control. Like every video that I start working on, something happens. But we'll get into the Piers Morgan and the allegations and everything, of course, in just a minute, because he has had massive amounts of backlash to the Piers Morgan interview and the Megyn Kelly one. And honestly, I might have like some updates and stuff, because I'm sure that he's gonna say something about it, because he releases a video every day on YouTube. I'm sure he films in advance and stuff, so it might take a few days to catch up where he will say something, but I can't imagine that he gets this much backlash and attention and he doesn't frame something about, oh, they're after him or people are trying to take him down or something like that. So there's my prediction. If I cut in here with an editing section, it's because he's come out and done that. Editing Ash here to say, wow, I am so shocked. A video called Finding Peace in the Noise, where it's all about you and how great you are and how everyone else is just after you. Oh, I can't believe it. Shocking turn of events here, but we'll talk more about the Piers Morgan and Megyn Kelly stuff and everything in just a few minutes. Even though he says he can't discuss the allegations in this new book, and he shouldn't, he does. He brings it up randomly and frequently and goes into like bizarre details and rants. In his original book, he talks about things that just sound horrendous, the way especially he talks about relationships with women and things, and I think those books might be at least interesting information for building the timeline and things like that, because he does go over a lot of women that he had relationships with and things, because a lot of the allegations against him are from women who did have consensual relationships with him to begin with, and later down the road was when he assaulted and raped them, allegedly. And he also tells stories in the original book that are just painting a picture of a horrendous, I know I keep using that word, but just he, in my opinion, is a horrendous human being. He talks in the book about how he would have this dog when he was younger, that when he got a new stepdad, the stepdad said, oh, the dog can't come upstairs, and he would like call and lure the dog upstairs so that he could kick the dog downstairs.
Russell Brand, what a...
He also claims he would do things like buy a mouse multiple times from a pet store so he could put it in his hair to get attention from women and say, oh, he had a mouse living in his hair. And he talks about how, you know, obviously a mouse is just going to go to the bathroom and things, and how he had this mouse like in his hair all the time because he used to like backcomb it like massively. And there was like a whole thing that he did about like a bird living in his hair. And so he would take this mouse like around in like a plastic container and like put it in there at night and then put it in his hair. Maybe the mouse thing is fake or exaggerated or something.
No,
but
it
just
sounds
the
right.
other stuff that he tells in the book and that I have seen with my own eyes, I just can't, like, why are you gonna make up one random story about a mouse when there's stories in the book about him going out on the street, and this was like in between his time in the UK where he was like well known and famous but like not massive and hadn't gone to the US yet, and he would basically not like man on the street interviews but just be like being an idiot in public. And so he's being filmed and he takes all his clothes off from like the waist down and he just has tidy whities on, and he's standing on a street in broad daylight and just urinates like on the street through his underwear and tries to like run up to this man who's like, you're sick, mate, like you're sick, which yeah, and he tries to like go up to the man and like hug him and is like, oh, let me borrow your pants and stuff, or let me borrow your trousers. And it's things like that like what, like it is so insane to me that these are the things. Like I know that's like a stupid thing, but the thought process of someone doing it, and I think about the fact that like I'm gonna have to send this to my friend who helps me edit and be like, can you find the clip of like this grown man like kissing in the street? Like, oh my god, I normally edit the intro and she does the first half and I do the second half. Maybe I'll switch it around. Don't have to tell her to find this clip. But there is so many things like that over the years that I don't even know how to kind of just describe it, that he just would do things like in a meeting, pee in a bottle, like in full view of all of the staff, like guests. There was one time that's been, or one time at least that I know of that's been referenced, possibly more, where he did it in front of like all these guests at the BBC and there was a kid there. And that's the thing, that there are these allegations against him that are absolutely disgusting, like awful allegations, but there is just also so much other surrounding stories and context that just paint the picture of a truly awful human being.
I mean, I feel a bit nervous
Well, when you were at school, all the best people I know you were going out 26-year-old men. Now that I am 26, I see the beauty of the system. I want to hit someone once.
Russell Brand's parents split when he was only 6 months old, and he is an only child. He was primarily raised by his mom, and he doesn't or didn't have a close relationship with his dad growing up. His dad would just disappear and then pop up like randomly now and again, and that would happen more in like his late teens, early 20s, because when he would pop up, he would be popping up to take Russell on a trip because one of his friends had dropped out, and these trips were sacrifice trips. He and his father would go to places like Thailand, with the only prerogative being to sleep with prostitutes. His father would pay women to come back to a place where basically he and his father just partook in those activities very close and with earshot of one another, and that's what they did the entire time they were on these trips. And there are various, not interviews, but kind of like mini documentary things that Russell Brand has done over the years. There's one like Rebrand that he did, and they're always produced by him, so it puts him in these glowing lights. And some of the very, very early ones from the like mid 2000s, before he goes to America, there are interviews of him with his dad where he goes into a lot of detail about these trips. And this is one thing that I think is going to really bite him, or already is kind of biting him, is that he thought he was so untouchable and has been so brazen over the years. And the way that Brand speaks about women in general in these interviews with his dad, where he's talking about going to Thailand and whatever he was doing there, to how he talks about women in his stand-up shows, to how he even speaks to politicians who are women when he started trying to go into politics, and all the other ways, like even on sets and behind the scenes videos and things, he, in my opinion, speaks to and about women as if they are nothing more than objects that he can procure. Even from an early age, when Brand had practically no power, he was still using the little power he had against others, especially against women. In his book, he details how long before he was famous, he had been kicked out of his second drama school, and he and his friend put together a play that they had never read so that they could hold auditions and they could get women to come in and kiss and undress as part of the audition process. When Brand did make it to MTV, he got his first real taste of power. He worked at MTV, as I said, from 2000 until the 12th of September 2001, and that same year he started at MTV. He also made his debut at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, which is a massive, massive comedy festival that any comedian in the UK who's made it has performed, and most do continue to perform at the Fringe. And a lot of people, even if you're not somebody who lives in the UK, you'll probably have heard of this festival because a lot of comedians like reference it, and even in recent shows like Baby Reindeer, they talk about the Fringe. When Brand was working at MTV, he had approached a 16-year-old girl who was entering the building to talk to one of her friends who worked in the building, and she'd been shopping at Topshop and had the bags in her hand, and Brand went straight up to her, took the shopping bags and rifled through them, took out a red dress and told her, "Wear this on a date with me tonight." He was in his 30s and she was 16. Brand has openly admitted to dating the 16-year-old while in his 30s, and he did so very recently on the Megyn Kelly show. And the girl has remained anonymous. I wonder why. But she has used an alias to tell her story, which is Alice, so that's what I'll refer to her as. She first told her story in a documentary put out through Channel 4 Dispatches called Russell Brand in Plain Sight, and this documentary came out in 2023, but they had been working on it since 2019, and the documentary coincided with an extensive investigation through the Times that came out at the same time. After the documentary and the Times piece came out, a number of other extensively researched, sourced, and corroborated stories and investigations came out about Brand, and many more stories and articles and just people speaking out about him have come out through social media and other avenues. Alice detailed in the documentary how Brand allegedly groomed her, even instructing her what lies to tell her parents to get them to let her go and see him or whatever. He would tell her things like, oh, tell your parents that your friend is sick or your friend, needs you to go and do something so that she could come and spend time with him. She also talked about how he would literally run lines with her so that she would say to her parents exactly what he wanted her to say. There have also been allegations that Brand used the resources of places like the BBC and MTV to get cars to pick up the 16-year-old and bring her to him at work or at his home. Alice has said that she thoroughly believes that she was groomed by Brand, but in the beginning they did have consensual sex in their relationship, but this later was not the case, and she has detailed in the documentary how Brand sexually assaulted her. Years later, when the relationship had long ended, Alice was working in television herself, and she said she was working on a project where it became evident that the producers wanted to hire Brand to host the show. Alice said that the vast majority of women in the room were immediately saying they did not want to work with Brand because of his past behavior, because of things they knew that he had done, and because of women that they knew that had been assaulted by Brand. And it's not even just the allegations. There's also countless stories about Brand doing things like peeing in bottles, also flashing on sets, going everywhere in only his underwear, and he frequently just held meetings, discussed things, everything in his underwear. And there's also loads of stories from people about how he would just be completely inappropriate and just take out his genitalia and flash people constantly on set and say things and just be all around creepy, not even taking into account the actual long list of allegations against him. The producers decided that they were going to hire Brand, but they were just going to compromise by making a rule that Brand not be alone with any woman and that all the women would have walkie-talkies. And there also are other stories over the years that there isn't like black and white proof of this, but there's been a lot of like newspapers, for example, that really stand by this story, and that was that Brand had in his contract that he was not allowed to have any physical relationships with people who worked on his shows, and that went on for a number of years on most of the shows that he produced, or not produced, but shows that he worked on in the UK. But I don't have any like, oh, this is absolutely something that I 100% know that happened. That's just something that's always been very widely reported. In 2004, Brand got his first really big hosting gig that started putting him into the proper celebrity category, and that was when he was giving the hosting gig of Big Brother's Big Mouth. In 2004, it was known by E-Forum just, and then later they did change it to Big Brother's Big Mouth. And it basically was like an after show to Big Brother, which was absolutely massive at this stage, because Big Brother did like start in the UK, and so after the like main show, especially on a Friday, they would have this show that they would have the eliminated house guests on. They'd have like other celebrities on, and like they always had a live audience and stuff. And actually, James Corden was someone who hosted it after Russell Brand. So there must be some like horrendous person who hosts Big Brother after show to US pipeline. Apologies to the US. This is when I really first became aware of him, because it was literally like this show came out, I think like a month or maybe not even, when I moved to the US. It was the summer of 2004. So I remember like seeing him vaguely, and on first glance, I absolutely despised him. There's maybe like 5 people that just the second that I see them there, and it's definitely vibes, like horrendous vibes. I have always really disliked him, and I'm just like not someone like I don't even really use the word like hate or anything, but just the second that I saw him, I was like major bad vibes. I had a friend who really liked him, so I think that's
So
really
did I.
like the only way I kind of like knew anything
My best
about
friend
him.
really
Before I moved
respected
to the
Russell
US,
Brand until
he completely
all this
was
stuff.
off my radar. Like I I didn't know anything about him, because he was really doing like a lot of reality stuff, and then he was doing like more of the comedy scene, and I wasn't looking or seeking out anything with him. And so when he popped up in Forgetting Sarah Marshall in 2007, I remember being like, this fucking guy just made it. There's just so many talented people in the UK, and especially like comedians and stuff, and so few make it in the US because, you know, there's so much more competition and everything, and like that is the dream of like a lot of UK people. I mean, some are very happy to stay in the UK, but it is like, if you can make it in the US, like that's like a lot of bands too, you know, the Spice Girls and stuff, like there are very few that blow up so massively in the US, but if they do, they're kind of seen like on another level in the UK, because it's like, you made it in the US, you know? And I really remember like going to see Forgetting Sarah Marshall, because unsurprisingly, like I love going to the movies, and I have talked about how I used to even manage all the AMCs in Tampa. And I remember I was like a freshman or a sophomore, and going on like an afternoon, and there was like no one else in the theater, and I was with my ex-girlfriend, and when he came on, I think even just when his name came on, I remember turning to her and being like, this fucking it's like, I can't stand him, I can't believe he's in this movie. And because that was when like all the Apatow movies, you know, like Knocked Up and everything it was like really hot, and I just remember thinking like, how the hell has this happened? And that's honestly how I look at his career in general, because how the hell has any of this happened? But it's not even the fact that he is just like this random UK comedian who I don't get it. Like I have never got it about him, but also the fact that he has done such horrendous things, not even taking into account the allegations. Like, because what we're gonna talk about now is the other times that he was fired, and how he was kind of ran out of the UK. Maybe not ran out, but he had come to the end of the line with opportunities in the UK, because there was a massive controversy with his firing from the BBC. Also, my regular viewers know I am contractually obligated to mention my mortal enemy, Ashton Kutcher, in every video. So, Mila Kunis, Russell Brand, Jonah Hill, Jason Segel, that's a video for another day. On the set of Forgetting Sarah Marshall, I can't imagine what a cursed set. Beaten only by the following movie, Get Him to the Greek. I wouldn't say like a sequel, maybe like a spin-off from that movie that had Russell Brand, Jonah Hill, and Diddy. Back-to-back cursed sets. As I said, in 2004 was when Brand got this Big Brother.
Yeah, I wanted to like Get Him to the Greek, but I was like, something about this movie really fucking bothers me, and I realized I was like the only person that I knew that didn't really like Get Him to the Greek very much, and it's because of this sort of stuff, and it's not like I know when I'm watching it. I can't put my finger to it, or you know, my words on it. I can't put my finger on it when I'm watching it. But years later, I'm like, oh, well, something set me off, and I didn't like that, whatever that was, and... Okay, I have to go back and get keys from the damn chest. I'm at 45. That would be enough to buy something else. Let's see. Air drying, vending machine, interior decor, gourmet cooking, electric stoves. Electric stove's good. Compost bins. Dish food. I need 5 more. Yeah, 5 more. So... now we get rid of these stoves. And we install electric stoves. Facilities, primary stove. I'm looking for electric stove. Electric stove. Primary stove. Nope. Intermediate stove. There we are.
After show, and that same year he was given a BBC radio show, and he was doing a lot more stand-up as well. He'd been to the Fringe a number of times again, and in 2006 and 2007 he had back-to-back stand-up tours. One was called Shame in 2006 and the other was Only Joking, and these are so painfully unfunny and absolutely disgusting. Again, researching this, like, it just made me crawl with disgust. Like, they're horrendous, a lot of these clips. The period 2004 to 2007 is when he really explodes in the UK, and with all the money and power and fame, he used every single drop of it to take advantage and exploit as many women as possible, in my opinion. Many comedians in the UK have spoken about the fact that it was a very open secret about Brand's behavior, and there have even been male comedians in the UK who, when you look at them speaking about Brand now with the context of today, it's very evident that they don't like him. I mean, there's so many examples of this I can give you. Like, obviously, other comedians, when they're talking about someone, like, you know, you can see, like, oh, they're making fun of each other or, like, poking fun, or sometimes, you know, if Jimmy Carr comes up, who I'm sure, like, a lot of US people would know him too, he got done for tax evasion and stuff. So if he comes up and
So I have a good base here, and I want to make some changes, but I have a good base here. I think I want to go to the new, like, I think I can go to the new one now, I think, and I'm going to go take a look at that, I think. Yeah, I want to exit game and come to the main menu. Oh, did you close? Yeah, you did close. Oops. Alright, we'll start game again then. That's fine.
he's not there, you know, somebody will make like a tax joke or something. But whenever Russell Brand comes up, you can see that it's different, the way that the other comedians talk about him. And especially a lot of like the really, really staple male comedians. There's a man who was called Sean Locke. He actually passed away in 2021, but very, very funny, like very dry humor, and someone who was every Friday on a lot of like the British panel shows. There's one 8 out of 10 Cats. Then they have 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown, and that one's like the panel show, but they have like a game countdown. It's like an absolute British staple on daytime TV show. And so Sean Locke, to give like a specific example, there's an episode of 8 out of 10 Cats where Russell Brand comes up And just the way he talks about him, I'll put a clip in here. It will have to be very short because I am being assassinated by copyright at the moment. They're using AI now, and so they will just claim like, I mean, anything. My Glee video is actually blocked globally, not even demonetized, blocked. And I'm gonna have to hopefully wait a month for the claim because they will just claim seconds, even though you're completely in your right through fair use to use clips. But also there's like false ones too. So my Ellen one was claimed from National Geographic. I've had all these other videos claimed. So I have said I'm working with a company that I'll talk about soon, where to try and not
Okay, so
be
I have a
so
standard
dependent
character.
on copyright taking things down, and then, you know, like, this is my main job, my editors. So, and anyway, just to say that it will be a short clip, but that's the reason why I promise that it's an unfortunate thing, but it's just the nature of the platform now.
Is the most moronic, self-serving, pathetic bit of attention-seeking wank that has ever...
I've watched 8 out of 10 Cats so much for years and years, and Sean Locke is someone who's on it all the time. A lot of those comedians are on it all the time, and just seeing the way that they're talking about him and the reactions, it's not like the normal bits that they do.
Probably the reason I hate him so much is because I'm a dad, and I've got this fear that one day my daughters will bring something like that home.
I say that because there have also been actual times that comedians have said stuff to Russell Brand's face in shows and said, I believe that you are a sexual assaulter. I believe that you have assaulted women. But, of course, it's cut out. But they can't erase from other people's minds that happened. Probably the most well-known example of this, Brand being confronted by another comedian on a show, was when he was confronted by Catherine Ryan. Now, Catherine Ryan hasn't actually explicitly said that it was Russell Brand that this happened with, but I mean, it's extremely, extremely obvious. She has even talked to Louis Theroux, who I'm sure most people know him. UK people absolutely know him, but more recently he did the Manosphere documentary. He is a fantastic documentarian, and if you haven't seen his other stuff, highly, highly, highly recommend. My sister that likes about 5 things and 5 shows and 5 celebrities in the world, one of her favorite people is Louis Theroux. But this situation happened like years back, and Catherine Ryan, she, again, will be probably pretty known to British people, especially that watch like a lot of the panel shows and stuff. And she does have like a Netflix show and everything now. She's actually Canadian, but she moved to the UK when she was 23, and she's a little bit older than me. And she originally like moved for a relationship because her partner wanted to be a comedian, and then she became a comedian. And she has this situation where she is not as like well known as she is now, and like doesn't have her Netflix show or anything like that, and she is someone that, like, you know, she's on a lot of stuff, she's always working, and she, you know, has kids and everything, and so she gets offered to do this, it's like a multi-comedian show, and she hears that Brand is going to be on it. And so she sits with it for a while, and she's like, do I do this show with this person that I believe is a sexual abuser? Because she has said this person that she's talking about, this comedian, that she has many people, like friends and people she knows in the comedy circuit, women that have had situations happen with Brand. And so she decides, well, I'm going to go because, and I'm going to do it because I'm not going to not work because of this guy, but I'm also not going to not say anything. And so they go to the taping of this show, and like I said, there's lots of other comedians there. Like, it's a lot of the most well-known British comedians. and the audience is like hundreds of people, and obviously there's crew and everything there too. And so in this show, she actually says something to him about, I believe that you're
All right, Kitty, you come
culture
in.
and all of this. And there's, again, hundreds of people that hear this, not only just the crew, the audience. And what do you know? It gets cut from the show. And not only is it cut from the show, but Russell Brand, he's in like that episode, but he disappears from the show. And so the film crew, like, I definitely can imagine, you know, something that like that happens, like a female comedian that's well known confronts Russell Brand, who is a very well known, like, in movies and all of that. I can imagine people were talking about it, but also those hundreds of people in the audience, they probably were talking about it too. And this isn't 20 years ago. This is only a few years ago. I think this is 2018 this happened in, or maybe 2017, but they talked about it in 2018. And so if I went to a taping and I saw that, I'm talking about it, I'd probably be on here telling you about it the night that it happened, but I absolutely would. But the people in the audience, especially when they watch the show and it's not in it, then it all starts to filter out.
Sit on my lap.
And so it did become very well known that it was Russell Brand, but there's actually like a point where when Louis Theroux is interviewing Catherine Ryan about this, she starts off by saying, yeah, we can talk about it, but it's a litigious minefield because of who he is. And Catherine Ryan confronted him and did this in 2018, long before the documentary, the Times article, like anything came out. And also even the year before they started working on the documentary. And so I think that that is extremely admirable.
Get off my
especially
table.
Because she got
Get
in a
off
lot
my
of trouble
table,
for
you kid.
saying that, and because she dealt with backlash as well. She did actually confirm in her tour from about a year and a bit ago. It could have been that she's mentioned it in other tours as well, but that's like the information that I have. She did confirm on the tour that it was Brand that she was speaking about, but she also talks about how she got in trouble and had to deal with backlash and
My cat wants me to cuddle her, so I will.
pushback from him, and again, he's very litigious, and so it was not an easy thing to do. And I know maybe some people will say, oh, you've gone into too much detail here, but I do think it is so important to highlight things like this, because this is someone speaking up. This is someone doing the really hard thing in 2018, long before anything else
my
had
beautiful
come out in the
kitty, I
mainstream.
love her
Yes,
so
it
much,
was
it's a
extremely well known behind the scenes, but to say something to his face and to do it on a TV show, that takes real guts, and everything would be a lot better if there was a lot more people that, especially, you know, she is a successful comedian. She is on a lot of these panels, and, you know, I think that it is so admirable to see someone stand up for probably a lot of her friends and a lot of people that she knows in the industry that did have these horrible, horrible things happen with Russell Brand, allegedly. And that is very, very difficult to do to someone who has a lot more star power, a lot more money, a lot more connections, and as she said, is extremely litigious, because Russell
You're always
Brand,
up to some
whether
shenanigans,
it's
kitty.
people that have been assaulted by him, people that have even just spoken about things they've seen, Russell
I have to go
Brand
back and
comes
get
down on them
keys.
like a ton of bricks with his lawyers. There have been so many things that I've read researching this video where it's been like, and I was threatened with lawyers, and we had to take this out because he was threatening lawyers, and, you know, he's sending lawyers this way, that way, because there have been other situations from either crew or audience members where there have even just been jokes or comments, and he loves to give off this impression that he's one of the people and against the mainstream media and this, and like, oh, you know, easygoing, carefree, just wellness guru guy. I mean, multi-millionaire threatening people with his lawyers over jokes. That sounds pretty 1% to me. In 2007, Brand ends up going to rehab for a second time, and this is around the time that he's filming the movie St. Trinian's, which is the movie that he filmed in the UK before going to the US and doing Forgetting Sarah Marshall the next year. He ended up going to rehab twice, once for substances and another time, this time for sex addiction. And this rehab stint wasn't really done because there was an avalanche of complaints and all of his behavior behind the scenes, how he was treating people. It was because it started to interfere with the money, because he was doing things on set, in his dressing room, in the toilets, that were causing delays and things like that. And he was actually having runners who are normally like the bottom of the pyramid on set, and a lot of the time like young people who were trying to get started in the industry, he would have them go and get phone numbers from the people or the women that he had pointed out in the audience. So if he is doing his Big Brother Big Mouth show, he would literally tell the runners, oh, go and get that girl, that girl, that girl's number. And so when he was doing this 5-6 times a night, or even sending them like hotel numbers or room numbers and key cards and stuff, then that's when his agent ended up sending him again to rehab for sex addiction, because it was the agent who had sent him the first time in the early 2000s for substances to rehab. When it comes to his BBC radio show, he was telling people constantly exactly who he is. He non-stop was divulging the horrendous behavior he took part in. He constantly spoke awfully about women. He was just vile on that radio. But there's two really big things that people cite when they talk about his radio show, and one is a story about Jimmy Savile and another is about Andrew Satch, who both of these people are like very well known in the UK. Jimmy Savile, a lot of American people might have heard of him because he is probably the most prolific in UK history. He was a celebrity in like the 70s and 80s. He is another person that on sight, it's like, this is an absolute creep. And he actually, I mentioned him in my former Prince Andrew video because he was another person that the royal family just absolutely loved. There's actually a letter that King Charles wrote Jimmy Savile saying, basically, the people of Britain will never know how much you've done for them, Jimmy, because he actually like was even interviewing like staff that were trying to get jobs at the palace, like Prince Charles's significant staff members. Absolutely horrendous. There's a Netflix documentary about him if you want to know more. It's horrendous, like very prolific. So there's a time that Jimmy Savile calls into the show, and I'll put a few little clips in, but again, copyright. And Jimmy Savile and Russell Brand basically are bantering, and Russell says, oh, I'd love to meet you, Jimmy. And this is before it was out publicly about Savile, but I mean, again, it's another like open secret. And Jimmy says on the radio basically, oh, I don't need men, but if you have a sister, like, yeah, you can come then if you like introduce me to your sister. And Russell says like, oh, I don't have a sister, but I have an assistant who will basically do whatever I tell her to, whether it's meet someone, massage them, whatever.
I've got a personal assistant called Marsha, and part of her job description is that anyone I demand she greets, meets, massages, she has to do it. She's very attractive, Jimmy.
And so he's like, oh, do you want her to wear anything in particular, Jimmy? And Jimmy Savile's like, oh, I want her to wear nothing.
To do some research.
Would you like her to wear anything in particular, Sir Jimmy?
I'd actually prefer her to wear nothing.
And it's just unbelievably disgusting to listen to. And the other really well-known situation, this is the most well-known and had the biggest consequences, because this is actually what got Russell Brand fired from the BBC. And this was when he and Jonathan Ross, his usual co-host, which is like one of his producing partners, Russell Brand's producing partners, wasn't there. And so Jonathan Ross is like another well-known chat show host. He's probably like the closest thing. Him and Graham Norton. Graham Norton does like amazing interviews and shows. Jonathan Ross is kind of like a Jimmy Kimmel or something like that that the UK has. And so Jonathan Ross and Russell Brand are on the show, and they were supposed to interview this actor Andrew Shacks, who is very well known for a British comedy show called Fawlty Towers. He played this character Manuel. My parents really loved it, and so he ends up not doing the interview, and so they call Andrew Sachs his voicemail, and so they leave this message where they basically say, oh, I can't believe you backed out of the interview, and also Russell slept with your granddaughter, and they do all these other stupid lines and stuff. And then that got, I think, 44,000 complaints. People were so pissed because they were being vile and gross. And the granddaughter, who was kind of known, kind of Nepo baby known, she ends up actually developing a substance addiction from the fallout of all of this. And years later, Brand did actually pay for her to go to rehab. But the whole situation at the BBC, there was a massive just media storm around this. It happened over the summer. Obviously, I was living in the US, but I even remember hearing about it from the UK media I followed, and friends and stuff like that. And Brand was fired from his show. Jonathan Ross got temporarily put on leave, and the woman who oversaw the production of the show was let go as well. And that happened, and then all of a sudden he's in Hollywood filming Forgetting Sarah Marshall. And I do really think that it is so unbelievable, like I said, that he is someone who was successful in Hollywood, but also the fact that he was kind of done in the UK. He had been fired from so many jobs, and he had started to fuck with the money, so that meant that he wasn't getting stuff anymore. And that's why he pivots and goes out there, and next thing you know, he's in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Get Him to the Greek, and then the next minute he's is engaged and marries Katy Perry practically overnight. With meeting Diddy through Get Him to the Greek, Brand and Diddy became close friends and even would vacation together. There's videos of them on private jets and calling each other close friends. And according to a lot of the allegations and people that have spoken out about Brand, it seems as though his behavior continued to escalate when he got to the US. And just like there have been many women in the UK who have alleged that Brand assaulted, attacked, and raped them, there have been many women in the US who have claimed he did those things to them as well. So to discuss the specific allegations, the trial, and also what's happened the last few days with the Megyn Kelly and Piers Morgan interviews, Brand actually just had his trial pushed. It was supposed to happen in just a few months in June, and it's actually been pushed out because there have been more allegations that have come forward. He denies all claims, and he stands accused of 3 counts of 3 charges of sexual assault and 1 of indecent assault, with 6 women in total alleging these crimes criminally between 1999 and 2009. But just like Danny Masterson and many others we've spoken about on the channel, while Brand is facing multiple rapes in court, there have been even more allegations against
Autopilot
against
engaged.
him when it comes to just people speaking out in documentaries, in articles, interviews, every manner of way, including in a book that was published by one of his ex-girlfriends, Jordan Martin, that was called Not. It's a fictional book, but it's a very thinly veiled fictional book. I think the main character is even called something like Russell Rand, and it talks in a lot of detail about a horrendous relationship and him being a celebrity and everything like that. And there are many, many other women who've spoken out, and this again did continue allegedly in the US. There's a woman in the documentary who claims in 2012 that after they had finished filming something, she had left her stuff at Brand's house, and she said they were friends. They had previously had a consensual relationship. They weren't like in a relationship, but they had consensually hooked up before. She said that when they went back to Brand's house, he had raped her, and there was other people outside of the house at the time, like colleagues of his, and she was screaming and screaming, and no one intervened. And she said years later she ran into one of these people who pulled her aside and said, "I've never forgiven myself. I heard you screaming, but we were all so scared of him, we didn't know what to do." In the documentary, the woman uses the pseudonym Phoebe, and she did go on after the attack to receive medical care and even had a rape kit performed straight away. And she did not pursue charges because she didn't want to put her family and herself through that because of him being a celebrity. And this even appears in the medical document that she gave to the documentary crew. It actually has in her medical notes, and she gave the whole thing all about what happened. And it also has a reference saying she reported that the situation for her was even more complicated due to the assailant's celebrity status. But wait, there's even more, because she also had text messages from right after it happened from Brand. The first being sent at 3:29 a.m. on July 1st, 2012, and the message reads, "I'm sorry, that was crazy and selfish. I hope you can forgive me. I know that you're a lovely person. Kiss." And multiple journalists have verified that these text messages came from Brand's number. She replied with a longer message that in part read, "You scared the shit out of me. You're right. I am a lovely person. And for you to take advantage of me, that is unacceptable.
Yeah.
You have a problem.
Autopilot
You
jumping.
need help. It's dangerous. You think that you can get your way all the time. Do you know how scary you look when that glazed look comes over you? When a girl says no, it means no."
to station.
And when
Left
you
drive
look at
active.
like all of the alleged victims speaking out, all of them report this glazed look and his eyes going dark, and none of these women know each other. None of them have spoken. Nothing like that. Like, this information wasn't out anywhere publicly before the documentary.
It's his
and
MO.
they all
Approaching
report the
station.
He
same
like checks
thing.
out while he's
And as
doing
I said,
it.
Phoebe, that is the name that she was using in the documentary. No, she didn't go to the cops because she didn't want to go through anything more. And especially a celebrity and him in 2012, like, look at what people are put through in all of the cases that I've talked about with sexual assault on this channel. And this is with kits that's reported, with text messages, with years and years and years of people reporting these things to one another, talking about it, all of that, and still people question whether there's any truth. Well, a lot of people don't even question it. They just say, no, he's completely innocent. And that text message isn't alone in isolation. There are plenty of others that there have been attacks and he sent similar messages to other women. They're combined with everything else in the documentary, all the articles, the interviews, and everything throughout the industry that had been discussed for 30 years almost. So many people have spoken about
Docking
Brand's
permission
behavior.
requested.
And that's why I
Docking
said
permission
at the beginning of the
requested.
video that he was enabled and enabled and enabled by countless people. Even if you listen to his Radio 2 show, he literally was saying the most
Docking
vile and
permission
disgusting
requested.
things, even about
Docking
news
request
presenters that were
accepted.
working at the BBC in the same building, and those people would complain, and not only would nothing happen,
Autopilot
he would
disabled.
continue to
Waypoint
go on
reached.
the radio and say what he was wanting to do to these people and just be absolutely vile, because not only was he allowed to get away with it, but then he was actually handed production of the show, so he had no oversight whatsoever. I mean, in his book, he goes into details about sleeping with competition winners at the BBC in the bathrooms of the BBC that the controller fully knew about, according to him. And there's also stories from people that worked with him over the years in PA capacities or makeup or other support capacities, and they said that they witnessed things like women calling the studio after he had met up with them or given them his hotel room or whatever the night before and lied to them, and a lot of them were late teens, very early 20s, and they'd call the studio and be asking for him or reporting what happened. The women in the documentary and plenty of other women who are in the documentary and aren't 6 of the women that he's facing charges over, they have spoken out about how they did call his publishers, the BBC, Channel 4, producers, networks, everything else, and report what happened. When people did speak out, they were completely shut down. They tried to speak to people behind the scenes. Women in the room spoke about not wanting to work with him, not wanting to hire him. The 16-year-old he admittedly slept with actually called his publishers when she was a grown woman and heard that he was doing another book to say, do you know who you're doing business with? And she was told, oh, he's on a wellness retreat right now, but we'll call you back. And instead, what she got back was a very rude, blunt email from Brown's lawyers that even started not for publishing and vaguely threatening. And the lawyer completely tried to shut her down by saying, I suspect that you're trying to get money from him, when she had never said anything about money. She was literally just saying, this is what happened. The amount of people that must have known about Brand has to be
It's a base.
astronomical. And there's all manner of people that will have known over the years, especially now that people do
It's a
feel a bit
base
more
right
emboldened
there.
to speak out because it is going through the courts and things. And after that case, I think there will be an absolute tsunami of people coming out because, as I said, in the UK, the contempt of court thing like really, really holds people back. Like, I listened to this podcast that I've mentioned before, The Rest is Entertainment, that's hosted by Richard Osmond, who writes the Thursday Murder Club books, and he has been like a host on lots of quiz shows and stuff. He's very, very well known in the UK, and I feel like this is like a education in like British television random stuff. And the other host is Marina Hyde, who is a very well-respected journalist at The Guardian. She's worked at other places too, and she also has worked on a lot of American TV shows. She had written for The Franchise, which is a show that was on HBO that was like behind the scenes of like a superhero show. And she's someone who has kind of worked in the industry in various places and ways. And she's absolutely a well of knowledge on a plethora of different subjects and bits of the industry. And their podcast is extremely interesting to listen to. And don't hold this against her, but she is very close friends with Piers Morgan, which we'll get into in a second. I filmed the first half of this video yesterday, and it's the 28th today. And while I was literally getting ready, I was playing the new episode of their podcast, and especially knowing the relationship between Marina and Pierce, and Marina being a journalist, they start the episode saying, you know, we're going to talk about Russell Brand's book and him going on Pierce Morgan. And they're saying, like, we can't talk about the actual charges and things, but there are multiple points throughout the episode where you can see, especially Marina, like, biting her tongue, and they keep saying, like, when the court case concludes, like, we will do, like, a proper deep dive episode about it. And I would be very interested to listen to that episode, because I feel like in general they're both two people who are so saturated in the industry. They're a good bit older, not a good bit, but they're older than me, and they've been around for a very long time. Richard has worked on like so many British shows because he was like a producer before he was a host, and he's gone on so many of those like 8 out of 10 cat shows and all the different panel shows and things. And then Marina, like being a journalist and the places that she's worked in, she did actually work at the Sun when she was like really, really younger. She actually got let go from the Sun for like Pierce Morgan something. So I would say there would be a very interesting episode of that down the road. And I think that there will be so many things like that. People that have just had to bite their tongue for many, many years. Catherine Ryan, perfect example too, because she has now come out, as I mentioned, and said it was Russell Brand when she's on her tour, where, you know, there's certain things that you only say with certain audiences, and she's saying on a tour too, she knows it's not going to be clipped and like blasted out. I've said plenty of stuff on my Patreon that I wouldn't in a video. Some of it is because people don't want it in a YouTube video, or like it's names of people, or it's stories that just are for for a smaller audience. And then there's stuff that is like really juicy and a really good story, but it just doesn't fit in a video. Like I haven't covered anything that would slot it in somewhere with like a show or a person, so it just depends that way. But I definitely think that there are a lot of people biding their time to wait for this case to conclude so that they can speak out, because Catherine Ryan and other female comics have said that even when they were doing like a lot of jokes about the situation with Brand, that they were told in no uncertain terms, do not do any more of these jokes, because Brand had complained about them. And of course, he is very, very wealthy and has lots of lawyers. So I say again, someone who is a multi-millionaire shutting down people talking about things and threatening people with lawyers, I mean, it doesn't sound more 1%er or elite to me, even though he's always going on about the elite. And while there are plenty of people like runners and PAs that couldn't really have done much, or people like the female comics where it is just better for them to protect each other and warn each other because they are being shut down constantly, but there's plenty of people who could have done something, who could have not hired him, who could have spoken out, who could have not benefited from him coming in and working, or even people that benefited from their relationship with him and friendship and whatever. Many of these people, like other comics that he was really close with, or other presenters like Noel Fielding, or other journalists that he hung around with, or his other writing partners, they have now started to very loosely admit that they did see sometimes inappropriate things, but they leave it just very vague and will say, oh, well, sometimes I had to say something to him about saying this to a woman, and they don't really go into any detail because I think that they're kind of laying the foundation for, oh, I wasn't really that close to him, or I did say something, or I didn't see anything. This is the exact same thing as like Danny Masterson and Diddy and all the other people that we've spoken about. It's not like you or I that I've said this before, there could be someone that we're friends with that works in a bank and is an absolute monster and you don't know about it. But this is Hollywood and the British comedy circuit, and these people all know, they all talk about it. And even the fact that this stuff gets to such heights that it's even in blinds, and yes, you can't read all blinds, but you can go to Reddit forums like FOMO and Pop Culture and stuff, and you see years back the Danny Mastersons, the Russell Brand, the Diddy, like the stories that just completely line up with everything that's come out. And I'm not saying that like, oh, you can believe everything that's on these forums and stuff like that, but when there is just a consistent pattern for years and years and years, and people saying the exact same thing across the board, there are these comments, there are these people that don't work with people, or all of it, like, this stuff doesn't come out of nowhere. And people like Danny Masterson, when their friends do act completely shocked, I just find it so hard to believe, because it's not like their friends work in a bank they have no knowledge of. It's Hollywood, it's out there, it's talked about, and if it isn't, someone will tell you about it, because image is everything. Your reputation, sorry, I really like the podcast. Your reputation is everything.
Oh, sorry, Kitty, I didn't mean to bump you.
You're gonna know about it, in my opinion. And to give a specific example of what I mean, there is a podcast called The Nudes Agents that's got 3 journalists as the hosts. One is Emily Maitlis, who did the famous Prince Andrew or ex-Prince Andrew interview. And see my former Prince Andrew video for this, but Emily Maitlis and Sam McAllister that put together the Newsnight interview with former Prince Andrew, their, in my opinion, fictitious story is very different from what actually happened with them procuring that interview. But regardless of that, Emily Maitlis is a good interviewer, and she had this interview. She has interviewed Russell Brand before, and she really went after him and pushed him, and he is just like so dismissive and demeaning to her. But she, about a year ago, had an interview on the Nudes Agents that was with a journalist called Gordon Smart, who used to be the editor of The Sun, and he also was the person who gave Russell Brand Shagger of the Year award 3 years in a row. And he likes to talk in the interview about how, you know, he's not a tabloid journalist anymore, and he didn't create the Shagger of the Year award, he just gave it to him. And he was friends with Russell Brand too. And in the interview, he talks about how he didn't see anything that is talked about like in the documentary, but there were plenty of times that he had to call Russell out, or his treatment of people and like things that he heard. I mean, can you imagine what a journalist at The Sun who was friends with Russell Brand was seeing and hearing, and yet still continued to hang around with him? I'm being absolutely cursed here. My mic wasn't like, I don't know what happened, but it wasn't recording, so I'm having to re-record this bit. So I'm having to talk even more about Russell Brand. So this video is a declaration of my love for having to put up with Russell Brand and all his interviews, which we're going to get into now, because by the mid-2010s, Brand had burned even more bridges, and it seemed like he was not wanted for work in Hollywood anymore. He had an odd bit of voice work in the like mid-2010s, but it was from work that he'd been hired from before. So like Despicable Me, that he was the voice of Dr. Nefario, that he was actually replaced for the 4th one. He did like the first 3 and the prequel Rise of Gru, but he was replaced by another British comedian, Ramesh Ragnathan, and there was no like announcement or promotion, even by like Ramesh, about Brand being replaced and Ramesh coming into the role, because I'm assuming that Universal wanted to quickly and quietly replace him and try and let it go unnoticed by as many people as possible. So in the mid-2010s, when he's not really getting the work anymore, he starts to transition into this like wellness guru, non-politics guy that talks about politics, and he starts to do a lot of like his own shows like Brand X and just like other random things that he was fully in control of and producing. In 2017, he gets married to Laura Goucher, and I believe she's a daughter of a professional golfer, Bernard Goucher, and her sister is a well-known like sports presenter from like the late 90s, Kirsty Goucher. And you won't see this part talked about when it comes to his marriage. He just loves to say that he's married and has 3 kids now, and he actually dated his wife when she was 18 and he was in his 30s, and they dated for like a few months, and then he didn't want to be monogamous, so they reconnected when Laura was, well, they reconnected the day that her ex moved out. And there's actually a quote from Laura saying that she went out for like a walk with a friend and he just like appeared as if he had been like there to meet them. And there's also this quote that I read from her that it's probably just like a total coincidence that she said this specific thing, but she talks about the day that she met him that she had mascara running down her face, and there is a joke that he used to say in so much of his stand-up, and it's actually what the documentary Russell Brand in Plain Sight opens with, and it is absolutely vile. It is, and it's repeated so many times.
It's the bring me a Chinese schoolboy or whatever it is. I hate that line from get him to the Greek.
That he basically is saying that he gets a lot of enjoyment when a woman is performing a certain act and basically starts to like gag and choke, and when her mascara starts to run down her face. And there is so many other like vile things that he talks about in his show, and he's like fully doing like a reenactment of it and everything. But as I said, he does have 3 kids now, and another amazing quote from him is that he loves to talk about how he's never actually cared for his children by himself for 24 hours. A quote from him is, "Laura does all of it. It turns out she's extremely well versed in nuances and complexities of child rearing. Me, I'm dedicated to it, devoted to it, but I'm still surprised when it's like, oh my god, this is really fucking hard and it's so exhausting." As most people will be aware, in 2020, Bran leaned really into social media, and his YouTube channel has over 6.5 million subscribers, and he does also post a lot on Rumble and go live there. He was demonetized for a period, but I think he's remonetized. He posts every single day, and I know there were a lot of channels that were demonetized around like COVID stuff that were remonetized again, and people that were taken off the platform and brought back. So given that he's posting so much, I definitely think that he's monetized. He loves to talk about how his speaking the truth is what's made these allegations come out. But as we've discussed in the video, they came out and have been talked about long before COVID, or he started speaking the truth, and the documentary was in the works long before that too. After the allegations came out in 2023, he pivoted into being extremely religious, and he now walks around with various props to illustrate this. Like, he wears an enormous cross around his neck, and he always has a Bible with him, even bringing one into court when he was charged. And of course, he did have one on Piers Morgan, which we're going to talk about now. I know some really religious people that their religion's very important to them. I mentioned in the last video, I've known Kayleigh McEnany since high school. She's very religious, and even in high school, she was religious and has always worn like a silver cross on her neck. But people I know that are religious don't walk around with a Bible. Like, they have one at their house, and like when they're doing religious studies. I mean, my high school was called the Academy of the Holy Names of Jesus and Mary. And unless it was like a religious class, like Catholic studies or Catholic lifestyle, something, we had a class about that. Let me tell you, the nuns were not a fan of me in that class. And they, oh God, just thinking about that, it's, oh God. Stories for another day, like the Kayleigh McEnany thing. I do have my high school reunion next month though, so maybe some stories coming soon. But this has really bitten Russell Brand after him walking around with his Bible all the time, because he just was on Piers Morgan's show and he went viral for what he was doing with his Bible.
Like, you know, me as well. Maybe we are a couple of grifters, a couple of worthless, lousy grifters that will say whatever we have to say to stay on the internet and make a few quid and flog a...
That's what you do.
Book and, oh, Meghan Markle!
He has been going on several talk shows that are people like Piers Morgan, Meghan Kelly, Tucker Carlson, that were formerly in the mainstream media and now are on like their own platforms on social media and like YouTube and stuff. And Piers Morgan is one of the very few like mainstream media people who has pivoted into YouTube and content creation and done extremely well. Like, he has to be absolutely printing money, and it's because he's done it in the right way. Like, he's done it with people who know about content creation and not just gone like the Laura Prepon route or something like that, where they hire these obscenely expensive Hollywood people who don't know anything about social media. Brand has been going, it seems, on a lot of friendly fire shows like Megyn Kelly, and it seems like he thought that's what he was getting with Piers Morgan.
Participating in the creation of truth. That was always your destiny, and I want you to do it.
The Megyn Kelly thing is so bizarre, though, because originally when the allegations came out, Megyn Kelly actually went for Russell Brand's neck, and not only was saying that she was done with him and that the allegations from the 16-year-old were extremely convincing and that if he had done this, that she was completely done with him. She even called out the people that were supporting Brand and saying it wasn't true. Megyn Kelly said that literally this information is so specific and this is so extensive that we can't be just, you know, throwing out any allegations because of like being anti-Me Too or whatever, and that she strongly believed what was being talked about by the 16-year-old and that she was done with Brand. And then all of a sudden, not only is he on her show, not only is she being extremely like friendly and, you know, all great with him, he literally on her show admits that he did sleep with and have a relationship with this 16-year-old when he was in his 30s. I'm sorry I summarized that, but again, with like copyright, I just feel like that's someone that I want to be very selective about using clips and things. So Russell Brand goes on Piers Morgan's show about 4 or 5 days ago. It's the 28th of April now. And it went so viral because he was just given what he wanted, given the platform to say whatever he wanted, and it absolutely screwed him. He screwed himself, because what I found so interesting was that in the early part of the show, the 2-hour show, that, believe me, something that was so incredibly painful to listen to was just listening to Russell Brand, because he is just full of so much shit. Like, he is someone that if a kid has written an essay and they'll go through and like change every word with a thesaurus, and so yes, like it's English and it uses lots of quote unquote big words, but it doesn't make sense, because he's talked a lot about how he used to just like read dictionaries and thesauruses to like learn a lot of big words. And that is him in a nutshell. Like, he doesn't know the meaning. He isn't able to convey like an actual structured argument or an impressive sounding sentence. He just knows big words that he's learned like lines. And if you do listen to what he's saying, it makes no sense.
Russell, these are basic facts. You were an atheist. You then became a Buddhist.
No,
now
you're
a Christian.
Good. They're not basic facts. They're information being tailored and collated.
Is it not true?
Yeah. You are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these
You told us
things.
that.
Tons of the words that he uses, he's using wrong, like they don't mean what he thinks. And it's because he tries to use these words that he thinks
Brain
a lot of
damage.
people won't know. But guess what? A lot of people do know them, and it makes no sense what he's saying. And he also is someone that he never answers the question. At no point in the 2 hours of questions that he has on Pierce's show does he answer them.
Some people would say, Russell, it's hypocrisy. The more principled stance would be, I'm not going to do Fox.
What am I trying to say? MO, be able to desecrate and denigrate kind of anything. I want to ask you, what do you think is pure?
You can say so many things about Piers Morgan, but he is a good interviewer. And in the beginning of the show, he actually says, Russell like goes after him and saying like, oh, you're just trying to get like basically a clip from me and you're going to edit this and like manipulate it. And Piers says, no, I'm not. I'm going to post it as is. And it is. There's hardly any, I don't think there really is any cuts. There's like, you know, they zoom in and do like back and forth between them and show split screen and stuff, but there's not like cuts and true to his word, like there aren't, he hasn't clipped that and put it out because why would he? It's a massively viral thing. And so people, if Piers Morgan put the clip up, people would just go and watch that. But people have gone and watched the entire thing or like skip through it so you get your 30 seconds so it counts as a view, and it has been so talked about. And so that is a skill in itself. I mean, there's so few, I say this all the time, there's so few good interviewers, and being able to not say something, I mean, that's even harder for Piers Morgan, is a skill, because a lot of people would have filled the silence or said, oh, okay, like let's move on, or asked another question. And Piers Morgan asked Russell Brand, oh, what's your favorite Bible passage? You brought this Bible to court, tell me what it is. And so Russell Brand, of course, like goes after him a bit and then starts to like flick through it, and he ends up flicking through it for what seems like 2 minutes.
You're a psycho. Why? You are live with Piers Morgan, you fucking retard. What are you doing? You're like perusing your crazy Bible.
And Piers Morgan says nothing, and he, I'm sure in his head was like, stay stone face, stay stone face. He doesn't have any reaction, and at one point he looks down the camera like it's Jim from The Office or something, and it is just, you just hear the pages turning.
It says here.
It says here.
My own speculation is that
He went looking for answers in the Bible, and he didn't find them.
like turning of the pages, that they have probably gone in post and like bumped the volume up so loud to get that, because you can tell from the pages turning that it's a Bible, like it, you know, that I think it's rice paper it's called, and it's just the silence with the pages turning. So because you know they wear like the lava mics, or they have the boom mics and stuff, so I'm sure they were like, bump that up to make it sound even more like deafening, the page turning. And he just looks like such a fucking idiot, like throughout the whole thing. And as I said, at no point does he answer a question. He goes off on like these tangents about nothing. It is a really good interview from the interviewer standpoint to show the subject for what they are, but it is, from Russell Brand's standpoint, it is one of the worst interviews that I have ever seen. It's just the way he comes across is so terrible.
But Piers Morgan Uncensored could be an opportunity to house, frame, and present in a kind of graceful way, but I happen to be in a sort of a really weird situation, in a way that's deeply similar and comparable to your own. I can't keep drinking the government water, Piers.
And now, instead of using this book promotion as like a thinly veiled, let me go on all these friendly shows, and he thinks he's like so charismatic and stuff and win over people, and that all he's done is absolutely blast out about these allegations, because I'm sure there were tons of people in the comments. Let me know if there was people that weren't aware about these allegations, but now are aware because of how viral this clip and this interview have gone. I think there's going to be a lot more that comes out about Brand. Stuff will come out regardless of what happens in the case, but if he is found guilty, which in my opinion, there's a lot of evidence, I think that you're just going to see so much come out. There'll probably be like another documentary and things like that. And it is something I'm very, very interested in covering. If this video does okay, I would love to do like around the court case and stuff, because I really do like talking about the legal celebrity stuff. And especially because really there's two scenarios here. There's scenario one, which is Russell Brand is a predator, a monster, and a rapist based on the following. For 30 years, he's told us how disgusting he is. There are scores and scores of people all saying the exact same story. There are alleged victims all saying the exact same story for over 3 decades, despite not knowing one another. There are WhatsApp groups going back decades and messages, groups and things like that, where female comedians have warned one another about Brand. There are countless examples of Brand via networks and producers removing comments and jokes about him and the allegations. Over the years, Brand has used his lawyers and his millions to go after and intimidate victims, people speaking out, or just comedians even making jokes. There is avalanches of text messages, medical reports, complaints, and other forms of documentation supporting all of the aforementioned. That is scenario one. Scenario two is that these hundreds, potentially thousands of people are all wrong, and everyone has made all of this up, and Russell Brand is innocent. I will leave to you to decide what scenario you think is more likely, and I think that given how obvious the answer seems, that the case in October will be very interesting, and hopefully we can cover it. But if you made it to the end, thank you so much for watching. I know that this was a really tough, long video with just a lot of really difficult subject matter.
I like coffee and
so
colds.
I
Thank you for the
really-
excellent
I
content from my
appreciate
stream.
anybody
I'd
watching,
like to sub to
but
your channel.
especially the people that make it to the end.
I don't want to. I don't like these sex pest rapists that haunt all of the communities of the world. I don't like them, and that's like the bottom line. I don't have a hot take about this. I don't like or hate Russell Brand. I don't know. I don't know him, and that's where I fall on it. Is it's like I don't know this guy. I'm gonna assume he's a rapist because 50 people said he was. And just go from there. But, like, is it my job to condemn him? No, that's what a judge is for. I'm the public. I don't really think it's too good when the public condemns people. So I just, I just reserve judgment until the judgment comes in, and then I go, that guy was a fucking asshole. We all knew he was. But, I live in a land where you're innocent until proven guilty, and I want to see the gavel come down before I say anything about this man. I don't know where that's going to be. Is it Britain? Is it England? Is it America? I don't know. Oops, Discord. I wish I lived at the recycler. It's a lot faster. I don't really know. I think people are less likely to be out, and I should go to the monument. Because of the rain, it's like way harder to tell somebody's there. Which also helps me. I could see getting bored of Rust pretty fast, just like I got bored of WoW after like a week, but I think I might stick around once human. I think Rayzone's really genuinely good. Oh, my door's shut. Well, that's no good, kitty. I gotta go open the door again. I need that air. I need that airflow. All right, kitty. I gotta get up and go fix the door. I'm sorry. Get up. Yep. Get up, kitty. Here, I'm gonna pick you up. Oh, this kitty. I love this kitty. I'm gonna cuddle her. I'm gonna cuddle her. I love this kitty so much. Yeah, I really love you. I love you, sissy. I really love you. I know. I really do. I love this sissy. She's such a good little kitty. Yeah, you're my kitty. I just love you. Love you with all my heart and soul. You're my good kitty. Okay, I gotta go fix the door. Get off. Yep. Oh, I dropped my pen. No. I should put shoes on. Oh, cute little kitty. Oh no, did you log me right as I sat down? I think you did. Damn it, no. Ah, you're so annoying, log again.
And like, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. If you made it to the end, leave MVP below so I can thank you for watching. And if you want to enter Miss G's giveaway for her new merch, just leave a comment with her full government name, which is Gloria, and be subscribed. That's all you have to do. If you want to access anything I've talked about in this video, like sources and interviews and videos, it's linked down below at the Google link, and also down in the pinned comment description box is my Patreon, merch store, social media, G's social media, all of that stuff. And again, thank you so much for watching. As always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and G and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye, guys.
Hello? 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 MMOs aren't supposed to feel like this. They're supposed to be full of people. But some of these games, they're still running, even when nobody's left. I spent the past year of my life tracking down some of the most obscure, long-lost, and forgotten MMOs ever made. And finding these games isn't always easy. You start by digging through the lowest rated sections of Steam, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Eventually you end up downloading sketchy, privately saved versions of games from ancient forum posts that look like no one's even logged in since the dial-up days. I expected that most of these games wouldn't even function, and if they did, I thought I'd find a graveyard, the digital equivalent of walking through an abandoned mall. And yeah, some of them were exactly that. But I also found so much more, and I found things I genuinely just can't explain. I found an MMO where I'm 90% sure the game itself is mining cryptocurrency on its players' computers, and somehow there's still people logging in. I found another where almost every quest, every NPC, every line of dialogue, and basically the entire game was generated by AI.
I hope your adventures are finding you well.
And it's exactly as coherent as you might expect. And trust me, those aren't even the weirdest ones. So I've compiled everything I found into one video, and we're gonna...
On March 3rd, 2013, developer Vegan made a post announcing a new mod he was working on for Skyrim.
Devourment is a Skyrim vor mod, which grants female players and NPCs the ability to swallow others whole, complete with a bulging belly mesh, scat pile graphics. There's an option to disable scat, should you be so inclined. And hopefully, balanced game mechanics.
Did you notice it? This will ruin the next few years of this man's life and divide a community. Welcome to one of Skyrim's mini scandals. This is the worst video I've ever made.
Yeah, no thanks.
Hey everybody, time for round 2 of random Windrose tips. I'm Benny, and I hope you'll find something useful here. We've got more ship docking fun, we've got NPC crafters, and a bunch more, as well as a bonus at the end having to do with trees respawning. This first one I haven't seen mentioned, but I find it super useful for crafting, and even a couple people asking, like, how do you, select the max number of items? So we're going to come down here to the workbench, and if we look, let's do coarse fabric. So I have the ability to make 603 coarse fabric. Well, you could do it like this. You could enter your number in there, and that does work. If you get 9999, it's going to jump to the max, right? But there's an even easier way to do all that. So we're going to come in here and I'm going to zero this out. All you have to do when you come in here is, if you look here, you'll have an arrow that points both directions. Click and hold, and then drag to the right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's all there is to it. Drag to the left to put it back down, drag to the right, or let's say you just want to get, I just want a few. So I'm just going to drag a little bit to the right and go ahead and hit craft, and I'm going to go up here. Why not? And boom, got some coarse fabric. These next tips were suggested by you, the viewers. And the first one of those has to do with caves and or nodes. There's actually going to be 3 parts to this. And the first tip is going to be that you can put torches in mines for lighting, and it's much cheaper than or much easier anyway, more convenient than refilling a lantern. I haven't carried a lantern in ages in this game. The game's so brightly lit for the most part outside anyway, and then once you get into caves, you can just, for the cost of 2 wood, throw down these standing torches. You don't need a bonfire or anything like that to put these things down. You're fine. Go ahead and throw up some torches, throw them everywhere. They also do not block the respawning of ore. Ores do not care if you leave building pieces in place. You do not need to remove your torches, your baskets, your staircases, or any of that stuff. It is all, this stuff is all going to respawn regardless. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and mine some of this out so you can see. Here's my basket and my torch. Next is feel free to build stairs inside here and also leave the stairs. The ore doesn't care. It's going to form right around your stairs. So you can, this is not my best work in putting up stairs, but you get the point. I can come up here and I can use my stairs. They did not block any of the respawning of that rock there, or ores when you find ores. It doesn't matter. And the third part to this is put some chests right near the entrance. In fact, you can scatter them around. You say, I've got some over there, I've got some over there. So when I'm coming through here, I can just quickly come in here and sort these out. And I'm doing that because I already had a few in here. And then all I got to do is hit Q in this case. You know, you might have bound it differently than that. But I can come over here and I can quick deposit. Once these are full, then I can start making those trips back and forth. Go ahead and clear my inventory for it, or whatever you need to do. For our next tip, we're going to go right outside the cave. Now you notice I've got an area cleared out here. That's from building baskets and stairs and all that kind of stuff. I just, chop down the local foliage. So one thing that can be helpful, not so much a big deal in this particular spot, but in a lot of spots where you're going to want to go down into a cave or outside of a area that you're going to farm, is keeping down the wildlife in those areas so that you can concentrate on what's inside. So what you're going to do is you want to build a bonfire. A bonfire is going to prevent respawning. Now, you need to be careful because a bonfire will prevent respawning of gunpowder caches or any of the other like food ingredient caches or anything like that. It prevents clay respawning. It supposedly has no effect on ore respawning, but what I like to do is just go ahead and watch that lines here. I'm going to go ahead and put it right here. This area here now will remain free of wildlife. So I've got this entrance figure out here. I can come out here. I can have baskets out here to put ore down. It's useful in a lot of different spots, especially once you get into the foothills where there's a lot more aggressive animals that are going to be right there outside of a POI when you get out of it, and you can use that to block them from respawning in that area around the bonfire. This next tip has to do with having a clear space to fight when you're too far from the beach. Now, a lot of times if you run this far to the beach, and especially if you've got a quest going where you have to kill a bunch of guys, you need to find a way to fight on open ground without being able to take them to the beach. This is going to be especially important in the foothills. There is tons of brush in the foothills, and it's often an issue there where you're trying to find a safe space to be. So one thing you can do is first you want to go through and clear the trees. Take down the stumps as well. And then once you've got your trees clear, go ahead and switch to your shovel and put it on flatten.
So annoying.
Go ahead and
why are you doing that? Don't do that.
Alright guys, I'm trying to find the ancient chest and loot them, right? So I already found one inside. Just to show you guys. I think everyone finds it. It's on the middle basically. And I'm looking for the other two. Alright guys, I'm trying to find the ancient chest and loot them, right? So I already found one inside. Just to show you guys. I think everyone finds it. It's on the middle basically.
Okay, so that's the last one that I don't have. But, I mean, the door. I can't open the door without a third key. I don't have a third key. It's probably on Bagon's server somehow. Three ancient foothills keys, which I don't have. I don't have 3 keys. I'm gonna move on from this one and come back tomorrow because it's not like it's really not. It doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, like keys. I don't know. I don't know where I would get keys. I think it's from the mobs, or maybe maybe there's only a set amount, and the third one is on Bagon's server. But I think this quest is glitched, and I'm gonna have to leave it behind. And that sucks because it's a good XP, and I spent a lot of time on it. But at least knowing I can leave is nice, because I've done everything I can do. It doesn't appear that I'm gonna crack this lock. I really don't know. I either missed the chest somehow, even though I've been around this place 50 billion times. I just don't think I missed the chest. I just don't think that's the case. And, yeah, I know the third chest is in there, but where did he get the keys from? Because I don't know. Like, my key, I think, might be on Bagon's server, which is so annoying. Or these guys drop it and I'll have to wait for a respawn. There's a lot of like problems. Oh no, here's the locked chest, but I don't have an ancient foothills key. So maybe I just don't have the key. Maybe I just don't have the key. Maybe it's in the box. Okay, so where is this? So this chest is northeast of the monument, just diagonally from the top right corner, right by the well. If I find the well north, I'll find it. And so now I go home and I look for a key that I probably have, but I just didn't pick up. It's so fucking annoying. I hate questing like this. So annoying. I've been back and forth to town like 10 times just trying to do this place. It's not my style of questing. It's fucking stupid. Collect this and go there and hunt for a while. And it's like, I don't want to hunt for a while. This was northeast. Yeah, it was the northeast well. There's like a well on the northeast side. Yeah, there was a well on the northeast side. I gotta come back to the northeast side. Can I find this place again is the other problem. Oh god, can I find this place again? I might not be able to find this place again. No, there's the well. On the north, like on the north side, there's a well, and by the well, there's a window, and in the window is the loot. If you come around, inside is the chest. It's the last chest that I need, but I have to get keys that I don't have. So now we go to water, which I guess is the fastest thing to do. Is just go to the teleportal, I guess. I've done this trip so many times. The questing is oppressive. You can see these people with 100,000 hits kind of bang their head against it because it's fucking annoying. It's not really fun gameplay. It's just some kind of barrier gate to waste our time. And I don't really appreciate it, frankly. Fuck your puzzles and fuck you, developer. You waste our time way, way, way too much. Look at how much time I have to waste doing this stupid shit. Do you have the key? Do you not have the key? Did it drop earlier? Is it on your friend's server? Is it on your server? All this shit, that's weakness of the developer. The developer is extremely fucking mentally weak. At this point, I'd rather trust a 15-year-old child, honestly. I think they're going to have better ideas and not be so restricted in their fucking shitty ways. Do you have the key? Do you not have the key? Can you find the chest? Can you not find the chest? And it's like, I don't care about the key or the chest. Fuck you. Anyways. There, Richard's crew key. Founded the buyer base in the coastal jungle. I don't think that's it, but I'm just gonna bring all the fucking keys that I have, because I think this is it. I think I've got all the keys I'm gonna get. I don't know where the other key is. I think it's on big on server now, and that's so fucking annoying. And so I want this quest XP right now, but I can't get it. Yeah, just drop all this stupid shit. I'm not doing this anymore. This wasted so much goddamn of my time. I can't stand this fucking game's questing. It's fucking terrible. Frankly, terrible in my opinion. I'm not really having fun with this part of it. So, okay, just go back out, I guess. Oops. Okay, so going all the way the fuck back out north again to try and get this last monument, whatever it is. Like, I don't particularly like running monuments in Rust. I just had to do it out of necessity. This one is like, oh, this game thinks that you have fun doing this stupid jump through the hoops bullshit, and I don't really have fun. Oh yeah, there's no auto run in this game, which is so weird.
And I'm looking for the other two.
Yeah, I found it, but
I have no idea where it is.
Yeah, where do you get the keys? You didn't even talk about the keys.
I feel like I killed everyone, except I haven't checked this spot
Yeah, but
right
did
here.
they drop keys or what? Like, I don't know. This isn't good. I'm just gonna move on.
Now, there's a bunch of different reasons to use this, not just for this reason, but all you gotta do is flatten the ground, and it's gonna remove objects around you. Now, the first time you use it, it is going to drop plant fiber, but if you use it a second time, you can actually destroy objects. So, if you got a bunch of crap you want to get rid of, go ahead and throw it on the ground, and then hit the shovel to flatten the ground, and it'll destroy those objects. Alright, so I've used that to clear a space, gotten rid of all of the vegetation that could be in my way. Next, if you run out of daylight, go ahead and throw some torches up.
Will you drop a key?
Far enough out so they're not replacing the objects you just got rid of. You can also go ahead and get rid of this last little tree here. There we go. Now I've got a nice clear space to fight, and I've got an opening here.
One clean shot.
And I can go ahead and fight multiple opponents if I need to.
Did he drop a key? Oh, Ancient Foothills key. Wait, oh, it is the key. It's the key. Okay, thank God. I'm finally done with this stupid ass quest. It was just killing more
nice open
dudes.
spot to fight.
They just weren't dropping it as what it
Next,
is.
we're talking about NPC hirelings. Darren Cox asks, tips on how NPCs work that you can hire to do various jobs would be helpful. That doesn't seem clear. No, it's not all that clear. Not at first, at least. But it is pretty simple once we get the hang of it here. We're going to go ahead and head over to Tortuga, because I know there's an example standing right there. If it'll let me. Too many icons stacked on top of each other, it can be kind of hard to sort them out. Now, I already have all the hirelings hired, so I won't be able to do this again. What you would do is you come over and you talk to her, and it would give an option here to see her stats, where you can actually see what her benefits are going to be and all that, and hire her, and that would be 500 silver to hire her. Once you've got her hired, you're going to go ahead and head back to your camp. Once you're back at camp, you're going to head over to...
I'm finally done with this shitty monument, yeah. As I get a respawn.
That matches your hire level. Now, as you can see...
I don't mind, these guys drop a lot of...
Right there. We're going to go ahead and dismiss her. Now, the reason my NPCs are not wandering around and generally doing animated things that makes them interesting is because the ceiling on my crafting room is too low. Yeah, it was a mistake in the initial construction, and now nobody in my group wants to take the time to tear it all apart yet. I know somebody's going to do it soon. We're all pretty sick of it. You see the beams even cross right into the door. So this needed to be another half, or another square like this square here taller, and then the NPCs would wander around. Right now they're stuck in the ceiling. I know it doesn't look like it, but there's stuff on the ceiling. So what you want to do is go ahead and go to the table, select worker, choose the worker. It's only going to be one per table right now, but obviously there's plans to add more. And you're going to see that this is what she's doing for us, doubling the clay bottle production and a 30% chance to craft extra elixirs. I'm going to assign her to the table. Now, the confusing part here is whether she's doing anything, and she's not. She's going to wander around. She's going to have some animations where she's like, you know, playing with the different workbenches, not even just her own, but any of the workbenches, and doing various things around camp, including going and sleeping in the beds and all that good stuff. So,
fuck, I think I have to go back again.
It's really cool to have them wandering around. It's broken on my particular server here. My solo game, they look great. Anyway, whether or not she's doing anything, when you come over to craft here, you are going to get 2 times the clay bottles for use, and you can see up here where it says this recipe has been approved by a worker.
So annoying.
Doubles clay bottle production. That's the first thing, and then the 30% chance to craft an extra elixir. So now, I've heard people talking about you need to assign them at the bonfire. You do not. The bonfire workers will tell you that there are workers here and that they're assigned or not assigned, but you can't actually assign them or do anything with them from this interface. You have to go to the table that they're assigned to in order to add them to that table. Now, if you're playing with group members, you might notice that some of these are gray. The ones that are gray mean that your group member assigned those characters instead of you. So green are yours, gray are somebody else's. This next tip comes to us courtesy of Gravidar, who commented, your ship will always spawn in the same spot relative to the bell when you first fast travel. Build the pier out to your ship once you're not going to move the bell, and it'll be docked every time you get home. So this is a really interesting one, and I had to play around with it a little bit. He's right. If I were to, so right now I just fast traveled these 2 ships in here, and if I was going to build in this location, which I'm not, this is just a little temporary.
Look how similar his base looks to mine.
Base my group built a long time ago. It's not really in use much anymore. But if I were to take this dock and I was to say split it off this way and go right alongside the ship there, then the next time that I came in here, that's where it would appear. So I'd be, put my dock out there, and every time I came back in here, I fast traveled in here, it would, with the ship would end up back in the port. Now I've already done this. I've done this on our main base, my group's main base, and I did it so that I could dock up to 5 ships. Because the second ship isn't going to come in the same space, it's going to come in a different space. So you can just keep repeating this process of bring a ship in, and then bring another ship in, and then bring another. So anyway, we're going to go here and we're going to take a look. I'm going to head to our main base. So I fast traveled using the ship, and you'll notice there's the ship, all docked and ready to go. Let's go ahead and see what happens when we bring in the second ship. So if I hadn't already built docks all over the place, that second ship would just appear out in the water, and then you build a dock to that. You go here, and let's bring this one in. There we go. And that one's docked over here, right up where we want it. And here's a quick shot of what it looks like when we had a whole bunch of ships docked here at the same time. Every one of these just traveled in here, and that's how they ended up. Quick note here, you may have noticed I don't use mid-roll ads in my videos. If you appreciate that, you can help me out by clicking the like and subscribe buttons. Those 2 actions really help offset the ad revenue by helping the channel get in front of a wider audience. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Our next tip is getting to your flagship's inventory. So, my flagship's way down there, right? And I'm sure most of you already know this, but I thought it worth pointing out since I've run into a couple people that didn't. You don't need to go to your ship to get stuff off of it. You're just going to hit tab. As long as your ship is, in the vicinity, hit tab, go flagship, and you can access all of your stuff. I can put this bell back in here, and so forth. So when you're at Tortuga and you forgot to get your stuff off the ship, don't worry. even if your ship's not there, you can actually from right inside the town, you could call your ship and then access it through your inventory without ever having to go out to the dock. All right, our next tip comes from, I'm just going to put it up on the screen there. And they say, another handy tip is if you want to gather resources to build a few things when you go to a new location, build them all first in your base and then deconstruct them. The materials will end up in your inventory and you'll have exactly what you need. This is a great tip. It's worked in a few other games before too, but basically I'm going to go and I'm going to set up a new base or any kind of thing like that. All I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get into my build menu and grab some things I want. So I'm going to say, like, what if I want some torches? And, oh yeah, here, let's see. I'm going to look at my inventory. I don't have any building materials in my inventory. And let's see, what else am I going to do here? Let's say I want a tent when I get there. With fast travel, you probably really don't worry about it. I don't have, my limit's reached on bells right now, but I would put down a bell and maybe a...
There, I had a lot of keys. Oh, god damn it. I had a lot
else
of keys.
I want to put together, you know.
Well, now we can go in and get it.
There we go. Now I got the basics of a mining outpost here, right?
I hate questing like this. It's just not my thing.
Some decent chests. There we go. Right, so
at least I got
laid out. This is the stuff I'm gonna need from my new camp. I'm gonna go ahead and now I'm gonna deconstruct everything. I'm gonna open up my inventory, and here's everything I need.
Look, I don't have any
to build
metal scrap.
those exact items that I had sitting there on the beach. And all I had to do is go to my new location, and I'll have all the materials I need for that. Now I'd like to cover a few corrections and bits of information that we got from after the last video. First one I'd like to address is Ian Martin Adams says, correction for future videos, the island locations are random, but the islands are not. So what he's talking about is, I'll pull up the map here. So we'll look at our starting island here. What I had thought was that these POIs were random. They're not. They are static. These are the positions they're going to be in compared to the island. What does change is the island's location on the map in general, and to an extent the shape of the island. It's still going to be in the same basic shape, but because the topography of the island can change, that's random. These hills and everything like that can all shift and be in different spots, and as a result of that, the coastline actually changes. So this could be an island. One of my other games, this is completely water through here, so this is a separate island. The same with some of these other ones. Some of these can be just separated, or you can have a little bit more bulge and everything. So the outline of the island is going to change to an extent. If you were to put them all on top of each other, though, you would see that they're all basically the same island, just with a slight variation. Next, Lindsay says, just so everyone is aware, this method, and the method he's referring to is the method of when you put items...
What the hell is that? Somebody moved in and got bigger. That guy got bigger. God damn it. Well, he's a lot more obvious than me. There's another guy over there. What? Why did this neighborhood get so busy? Well, if they raid me, oh well, I don't care. I was ready to restart the server today. Whatever, they could raid me. If I just keep grinding, it'll be really hard for them. Finally done with this stupid monument, thank God. I feel like I should crack these stones because we haven't been cracking stone. What was that? like ran out. Oh wow, she ran a long way. Yeah. She fell, I guess. Yeah, she did fall. I love this game. The West did not receive it well, but they should have. It's such a good free game. I think it's more fun than like Save the World on Fortnite. They should have revamped Save the World to be like this. And they might have actually been able to, like, save it. Save the world. Isn't there a dumpster back here or something? No, I guess not. So I guess I can come back here with this? No, I can't. I don't need to. There it was. We're done with this thing, finally. I hated this monument. I liked fighting it, but it was an annoying-ass monument, though. There's a rustic crossbow, tier 1. Is it better than what I'm using? It has 65 damage. Can't really AFK in this monument. I've been killed here before. There's like stuff over there, stuff over there. It's a really big monument. Okay, we did this part. I want to get to the recycler and clear it. What's this? Oh, shit. Oh, that's a boss. If you shoot a gun, probably all the surrounding bases come, but if you shoot bows and nail guns and stuff, you can run the monuments quietly. And they probably don't come. Maybe I could use this thing to kill the boss. I can just fry the boss with it, maybe. I don't see her, though. That's how you do it. That's how you kill her instantly. I love this game. Reminds me of Rust when it first started. It's better than Fallout. It has way better combat. Basic shield generator. $80 ray zone chips. I should spend them. I'm gonna crouch down and back here where it's probably safe, at least from like prying eyes. Now, yeah, we're done with this monument, which is good. I'm gonna keep moving. Oh, yeah, and also I probably have turn-ins here. Okay, now we move north out of this monument before it respawns on top of me. Oh. Fuck. Off me. Fuck you, Alpha Wolf. Fuck you. Okay, can't really dolly the monument, but I have so much tech I want to use it. $130. Nice, that was very easy. Guns for the win.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to
Oh no!
station. Warp drive active.
Get up. I need to get out. Can't turn my back on him. This guy's going to the recycler. I need to run away from him. To a bush and stay there.
Station.
Not too good. It would be better if I had full cover and I was really far away from him. I have my flashlight on, which is fucking stupid. Yeah, what's the chances he comes here? It's like pretty unlikely. I would like to maybe run. But if he sees me, it's over. Just let his ass recycle and then leave. What are the chances? Unless he's stream sniping, he'll never know where I am. If he is, oh well. I can't believe somebody came here. I mean, it is a recycler, though. It makes sense. He knows somebody here because the mobs are dead.
Docking permission requested.
It's best if I just leave. It's best if I just leave. Gotta go.
Docking
I don't want
permission
to turn my back
requested.
on him.
Docking request accepted.
I don't think he can see me from this far. I'm gonna stay off the road on the assumption that he rides up it in a motorcycle.
Waypoint reached.
There, that guy. There, he sees me maybe. He does see me, but he's too far. I'm gonna be able to get away. There's no way he's gonna be able to follow me. I wanted to use the goddamn recycler. Oh! Don't fall in there! No. 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 Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Fucking annoying. Let's just go back. It's a lot of stuff. I should have bought something, but... Why are all these clowns here? I'd rather bank and come back, frankly. Why was that guy there? Fucking annoying. motherfucker go? There's all these bases around me like I should move. Well, I made it, and that's the main thing. I learned from Russ that it's just better to get home. You feel a lot better. You're like, well, I didn't lose anything, and that's the real winning. Okay, man, 6 pick locations. I don't have anything else. Oh, okay, well, that's okay. It's just 2 jumps.
Warp drive active.
I could just keep chopping metal until the whole base is metal, and then they can't even get in. Why was that guy there? Why was he there? It doesn't really make sense. Fucking dumb. Getting a little bit more careful about my loadouts because they're kind of rich, frankly. Take 1 more stack barrels. Alright, so... yeah, and all that stuff, yeah. See, couldn't I take all that stuff? Yeah, like, well, there's one I would... So, I guess I'm supposed to take a load of recycle and just go in, bang, and leave, I guess, and just, yeah, start stacking all this stuff. Yeah, I think so. I go from box to box, just picking up recyclables like these springs or like that hardboard and stuff. Yeah. And then... if I had a suppressed rifle, I would have fought him. But the way he moved, I was like, nope, born loser. I don't want to fight with him. The way he came in hot to the recycler like it was his, I was like, nope, born fucking loser, stay away. You know? They have a smell to them. They definitely do. They smell bad. And the way they move and the way they do things. Oh, born loser alert. Born loser alert. You can tell from the loud engine as he comes revving in. Brr, 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 like South Park, you know? Oh, born loser alert, and he smells bad, and he's got a long beard. Or whatever. Okay, so... I want to go out there again. Just because I didn't really get to finish the fucking monument. He, like, distracted me. Maybe I should go to a different monument this time. Like, north. Or, I don't know, west? Yeah, like, west. West isn't a bad run either. It's north. I could go south. South is an option. I could fly south. Or run up through the pass, maybe. Mining Town might be pretty good. Greendale. Greendale sounds safer than Mining Town. Let's go to Greendale because I've just never done it before. I don't have a motorcycle, but I do have drills, but I didn't bring fuel. I should always bring like 10 fuel just so if I pick up like a motorcycle, I can at least get home with it. And I just put the fuel away, so yeah, just like Rust, I need to pull out fuel. This game might be really good to play with Rust in the background, like Rust, Once Human, and Eve. Those might be like good set of games. Okay, so whoops.
Warp drive active.
Did we jump? Yeah, we did. No, we should have duck.
Warp drive active.
Should come lower. No, it should come
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I don't have these prisoners. Where the fuck are they? God fucking damn it. What did you do with them? What? Oh my god, where? I'm in the wrong thing? No, no, it's supposed to be here. Oh no, they're there. Okay, good. Undock. Fucking questing is so annoying. Okay, we're completely devoid of real meaningful loot. Let's put these carpets down just because I think it's like free comfort. We'll do the whole floor. High wall with door, straight ladder. Let's do ladders and stuff right here so you can always just get up. Like, straight ladders, compost bins. Yeah, I'll just put all this stuff. Maybe I can recycle that stuff. Can you recycle construction items? Boy, it took a long time to load. In the game, once human, can you recycle construction items? Okay. So I don't know what I do here. Oh, I see. It's just a chest, and we're done. So, okay, more monuments on the island. Getting PvE stuff out of the way so I can keep doing the sandbox grind. To me, it's like gameplay gates, but it's the difference between you and a good player. If you're willing to do this stuff and get it out of the way, then you're a good player. If you're too lazy to do it, then you're not a good player. So, just get these stupid-ass quests out of the way. I don't really respect them or like them. I'm not enjoying them. I like the combat, you know. Mexican standoff, bitch. I have the power. I gave you power. I made you buck wild. Always am in some shit. Damn, blast you. No bullets or gunpowder. I'm out of bullets. That's a no-go, so we'll have to... uh-oh. Ah, whoa. Fucking annoying. Maybe I can go to water right there. Yeah, and I need to just summon my boat real quick and pull some bullets out. Maybe dump loot. Maybe I should build a camp here. I'm out of wood, am I? Yeah, I'll build one when I come back. Lots of goats. Ah, very good. Are you on me? Yes, you are. Good, but I need you to give me no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna need bullets. bullets, but I guess I may be out of bullets. But do I have enough bullets to shoot? Yes, I do. So we're okay for now. I'll have to go back, but not just yet. I'll put these keys in the box so I don't lose them. Shovel and stuff. Yeah, I think we're all good. I have 2 shovels here, so I'm going to just discard one. Don't need 2 shovels. And yeah, that's good. We're back in it. So now I'm gonna eat something. I didn't leave the base, did I? No, I'm not ready. It's also dark. I don't really want to go out there in the dark. I'm gonna try and get a nice bright day. So, Blackbeard Waters. Oh, to make copper bullets. Okay, I'm gonna put a spawn down. Oh no, this is something I've done before. Yeah, what is this? A small power camp versus together here. Chest. Okay. I have done this one, which is good. And I'm gonna continue to move on. And put a bag out there. Yeah. Goats. Okay, it appears to be safe right now. This stuff I will just leave here. Or, well, I don't know. I want to see if I can recycle it all, because it's all stuff. I want to use this one. This one's okay. What else? Sleeping bags. Yeah, we... no, I don't really need them. But, rainwater collection systems could be good in the respect that I believe I can sell purified water. So yeah, like putting down a lot of purified water things is not really that bad of an idea. I don't want it to block the area though. But I could go higher up here. Yeah, I could go higher right here. So let's go higher. All these rainwater collection systems. Oh, what's that sound? Ugh. Enemy base. Gonna hit the ranger.
Come here! Don't steal! I will follow up!
I like the combat so much more than Mortal, frankly. I wish Mortal had combat like this. Mortal's combat's so fucking bad. He thought it was good. It's not good. It locks like 9/10 of the players out because it's parry based and all this stupid ass shit. Carry an object where and do what with it? Okay, so can we blow all this up? Let's see. What happens if you put it on top of the fire, place it down, and blow up this entire camp? Veteran insignia. Okay, let's blow this thing. Awesome. Yeah, that's good. That's good loot. That's real good loot. Yeah. Hey, right on. There was a chest. I didn't know there was a chest here. Nice. Oh yeah, I guess there was always a chest here, huh? Oh, I don't have my shovels. Son of I'll have to go get my shovel for whatever that is. Is there water closer? Yeah, there is, I think. Let's go this direction to the water. Is this close to the water? Yeah, it's closer than where I was. Oh. Ah. Don't run. Wolf head. I love this area. It's like all lush and cool. It reminds me a bit of Vintage Story, which is like a Minecraft mod. Still haven't played Hightail because it's not on Steam. If it ever does, I will go buy it. I need you to take all of this if you can, and then I need my shovel. I should have brought it with. I should maybe just start carrying it. Anything else here? Anything? No. Well, give me bullets. Yep, and then give me ammo. Oh, sorry. Gunpowder. Yeah, we're short on bullets, but we aren't short on anything else. This should be a... I'm out of potions, apparently. No, wait. No, you didn't put my potions away, I'm just out. Which sucks, but that's alright. Okay, let's go back and dig at that spot. And when we've done the entire island, I can move on to the next bit of content, which is good. Oh. Still in base, right? Yeah. Oh, look, it's easy wood. This is good TO2 wood, too. Or no, I haven't left. I shouldn't leave the island until I farm wood for him. Which will take a little bit of time, but that's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind that. Here's another divvy. I should hit any DVD that I see. I'll chop all of these bitches. Well, maybe I should move the spawn. I don't know. The spawn's kind of old now. No, I mean I'm done with the with the island. All I need to do is before I fill up, I need to go do that dig puzzle. So yeah, what is that? That's like right over here. I need that. And then there's obvious like dig site here.
You have no chance.
I do have a chance. What was that? Oh. I will ask you a question. Oh. I do have a chance. I dispute. What? How is that right? You wasted my time. No, you don't want me digging there, huh? Alright. Well, so now I guess the only other thing I have to do here is chop tree. So, cool. I'll put my sword on in case I need it. I will chop tree and then leave. But I will switch games. Oh. Okay, we are out and trying to get to this place, jump through Stargate and autopilot.
Autopilot engaged.
I'm
Warp
gonna
drive
drop
active.
another. I guess I could put compost bins up here too. I don't really see one. I'll do a bank of compost bins like right here. Could use them for cover, frankly. Compost bin.
Autopilot jumping.
Why did all these bases move in? I don't know. I will rob them
Warping to
though.
station. Warp drive.
If I get a
active.
flamethrower and a lot of fuel, I'll burn in his wall. Because I probably can. Or burn his doors. Good. Oh, I have 82 thingy schmeckles, so let's just spend it probably. Additional. Oh, good look! I can get an additional territory terminal. Maybe I should move like closer to the recycler and a little bit safer, like up in a mountain where I can really see them approach. And I don't know. I can't really fly out very well. Tactical storage box. I have an additional territory terminal. What about that? Can I buy that? Ooh, I can do another one too. Maybe I should just move like all this. I could just move all of it. It would be a lot of work though. So that was good. That's tech gone. Right on. Deviation secure. That's facility. Alright, let's go back to the monument. Yep, I'm all set to do so. Oh no, I need a repair. Oops.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
I like my little house. I think it's a pretty cool little mushroom house.
Docking permission requested.
At night, I will seal.
Docking request accepted.
Let's upgrade the base.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Steel ingots. I want the base so they can't blow in. Yeah, I want it to be like concrete, you understand? There we go. Cool. Is all that wood? No, it's a stone wall, but this is a good use of steel ingots, I think. Yeah, like... And there we go. The base is like really fucking genuinely solid now. Maybe I need to worry about the floor. Yeah, no, the floor is stone. So yeah, so like we doing real well. What? Oh, 57. Yeah, my load bearing capacity went up, which is good. That's real good because I lost a chest, I think. This thing is really starting to come together. I should put the shotgun. I should put shotguns guarding the door and stuff as I get them. I love this base. Alright, so we're done on the island, short of chopping wood, so let's just lackadaisically chop wood here and move on. I feel like this is a pretty good, you know, damn, I've been at this 7 hours. I've been playing this game 7 hours. God damn. Just trying to catch up with Bagon. I want to get the level 2 boss done and get to the tier 3 area. The butterfly looks good. Little blue butterflies and orange monarchs flying around. There's a lot of butterflies right here. Oh, since I'm here, stone is something we need as well. Alright, let's go to a monument I haven't been to before. And I'll just auto-run to a monument, fuck it. Who cares if I lose a nail gun and a fucking bow? I don't care about that. Oh, I didn't repair. Damn it. I really should repair. Maybe I should put, like, a workbench by the door so I can just repair really quickly. Or no, what is that? That's like an armor bench. Screw it, I can just run back inside. It's fine. I think it's faster to run back inside than it is rust, which is funny. So, I am trying to repair on the bench. Yeah, repair. I don't know. Do we have this? No, we don't. So, repair. Go across the board. Hold to confirm. I want to put these weapons in a weapon box. Yeah, like, take this knife. Yeah. And then take this. No, not the torch, but take that thing. Yeah. Did we repair? Yeah. Repair. Everything is good. Armor is kind of broken. We're going to fix all of that. That was a quarter of all of my leather. That's the ones I'm wearing. Yeah. Some of it, I guess I'll recycle some of that armor because it's like good cloth and leather and stuff. I don't know if there's a recycler at that place, and that's kind of a problem. I should go to some place with a recycler. Yeah, because otherwise it's sort of pointless. There's a recycler at Alpha Institute, but it's too far. There's a recycler at Furnace Lair, which is kind of up and over the mountains, but it's not that bad of a run. It's about the same run as the other place is. A little longer. This run feels tolerable, and it's better when you have a motorcycle to come back with, so I don't know. That's probably where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go due west again. I think it was just a freakish occurrence that somebody was there when I came through. I think it's a weird occurrence. I don't think it's normal. Oh, pumpkin. Oh, sulfur is always worth it. Sulfur is the most valuable thing here. I like Once Human Raid Zone. I didn't know. I think it's super fun. Who cares if they kill me or raid me? It's that's what the game's for. That's a lot of loot, so I'm not going to ignore it. Eventually, do I get a vehicle? I probably do. You say I have something like gift-wise? I'll claim one. There's a gate. Here's a base right across from me, another one. So annoying. Why did 5 bases show up here? Or at least maybe I just didn't know about them. It's a scenic walk, at least. Mine. This sounds really big. No available inventory slots, damn it. I'll go home and come back. Wait, no, I want to drop a bell is what I want to do. I know I have another bell. Oh, I'm out of bells. I might have left it at the house. Dang it. Those are palm trees, are they? Yeah, they're all palm trees. So... go home and we'll just run the island again. It's fun. Okay, so you... my arm, I should sit up, it hurts. Yeah, I'm gonna move my arm over into my chest again because it like hurts, that angle hurts too much. Yeah, alright. Maybe I can safely go into the monument now. I wish you would go faster when you're soaring. Potato. Down a little bit. Boss is back up. Maybe I should take his little thing. Where did I put it? Oh, well, I'll steal another one. So, oh, there. There it is. Neurotoxin, mushroom, huh? Coarse fiber. Nothing in there, huh? Nothing at all? Nothing at all. I want to use this to kill the boss and these other things. I love the combat in this game, it's so fun. Oh, that one's already looted, son of a bitch. Sending the recycler is not very wise. Yeah, but I don't have a card. Wait, it's a motorcycle. Fucking perfect. Yes. I was like, all I need now is a ride. Perfect. Fucking perfect. Two. Mission successful. 68 tech, not bad. I want to look at car stuff. Water pumps, automated irrigation, large water filter, generators, hydraulic generators, biomass, fridge, fertilizer, animals, fertilizers, dish, compost bins, capturing, stoves, weapons, Tech 9, but this will take like, so Tech 9 would be good. It would be better than, yeah, Tech 9 and a Glock would be better than this crappy revolver. M870, it's a shotgun, that's it. A bomb disposal, yeah. Do a compensator and a reflex sight. Can we get a suppressor? Large healing, intermediate shield generator. That's something that we should shoot for. Scout set, which is also something I should shoot for. Alright, there goes 60 more schmeckles. And, yeah. I'm having fun here. Okay, so pull those out, and I'm gonna pop them along with any others that I have, just to reduce inventory space. Yeah. Oh, I'm starting to hurt again. $34 copper bullets is good. 4 pearls. Copper bullets is something I'm gonna have to make. That was all the copper that I had. Oops. Okay, well, so, oh, I have a curio. Okay, good. Next, oh, yeah, I placed all that wood away. I want to pull my flagship. And, oh, I had bells. They were just on the ship, yeah. So, Dagon wants me to get like a box of hardwood, and a box of copper might not be a bad idea either. Good. So, right. So copper ingots, or sorry, copper bullets. Yep. And so that constitutes a trip to the local mine. I'm gonna produce a whole bunch more bullets. I think, anyways. Yeah, unless I have stuff sitting there. No, I don't think so. So, yeah, I believe we've got enough charcoal. Yeah, we got enough charcoal, but we don't have copper, so I'll have to go do that. That's okay, though. There's Tambaga ingots. These 10 keys. I'm sorry, gold temple jugs. Yeah, the big one could sell to just pull money and max out the factions and stuff. So, yeah, I guess I've got a trip to the copper mine is due. There's the 6th map. Let's go get that out of the way, because, yeah, I have my shovel. Do I? Yeah, I do. Let's go get that copper mine out, or sorry, that X marks the spot out of the way. Okay.
Now lads, as I was a-rolling down Paradise Street, way
blow the man down.
A handsome flash packet I chanced for to meet. Give me some time to blow the man down. This spanking flash packet, she said unto me, way
blow the the man down.
There's a dandy full rigger just ready for sea. Give me some time to blow the man down. Blow the man down, police, blow the man down. Way, hey, blow the man down. Blow him right over to Liverpool town.
Hey, to blow the man down.
This dandy full rigger to London was bound. Way, hey,
Blow the man down. Minor champion ring. Attacks consume 50% less stamina. I'll take it. That's way better than crit a chance. So, cool. Oh wow, yeah, that's actually a really big bonus. I'm gonna turn on the music. This game has good music. Oh wait, I have a ton of stuff. Oops. I have a bunch of stuff. We're gonna go back. I didn't realize how accurate the ADS was. Wow. That was the window. No, I want metal door. That works. It does work. Nice. I'll need more steel ingots. I would chop copper because it's dark. Slowly fixing my Amara rep. Space trucking.
Autopilot engaged. Computer started. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I think I gotta rewatch The Irishman tonight. That was a pretty good movie. I'm full already? Yeah, I'm fucking full already. Well, I got most
Warping
of
to
this
station.
place.
Warp drive
I
active.
should have bought a teleport outie potion, but they're expensive. Did I get everything in the cave? Yeah, it appears that I did. Nice. That didn't take that long. We'll make copper bullets. Lots of them.
Approaching station.
Can I put the shader in high and everything else in medium? Is that possible? Medium, medium, high, medium, medium. Off, off, low, low. Yeah, like